Good morning. For situational awareness, our video stream is now live, although the hearing will still not begin until 11.
Good morning, Secretary Mayor.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning,
What do you
sir.
like better, mayor or secretary?
Let me know how it works out. Maybe I'll try to get in on it.
Yeah, don't call me if you lose it.
What?
He still doesn't know how to take it off mute.
I don't look like Mr. Garamendi. Got to put on my tie.
I need to get a mayor's caucus. I bragged on you to a reporter yesterday, Steve. I hope it doesn't hurt you any.
Albio, you look very distinguished there, very thoughtful.
Well, I'm always very thoughtful.
I heard your nickname. I heard your nickname was the Thinker.
A stinker? What did you say?
The thinker. They also have a statue.
Audio.
As a reminder, although the hearing has not begun, audio is live.
That sounded like a New Jersey mob name.
All right, Chairman, we don't have to go there.
We're we're broadcasting, guys, so everybody just hang on. We're waiting. Is Sam here yet? Not quite. Okay.
Yep, I'm on. Sam's on.
Hey, we're ready to go. Ready to roll. Call the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure to order. Ask unanimous consent. Chair be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's hearing without objection so ordered. It's the responsibility of each member seeking recognition to unmute their microphone prior to speaking. Keep their microphone muted, please, when not speaking to avoid inadvertent background noise. And as you know, I will be stomping on the gavel if you do. If you have technical problems, let the committee know. And you know how to insert a document into the record. So we had hoped that we'd kick off this year with the secretary, but given you know, the length of time for confirmation and all that, the committee couldn't wait. But I'm pleased that the secretary is here today. I think it's his first substantive appearance before Congress, absent his Senate interrogation. And you know, we're here today to talk about a 21st century infrastructure plan, rebuilding the nation's crumbling. Hello, someone's not muted.
Unmute.
Mute.
No, you're mute. Okay.
Hey. Got to get it together now? It's not too hard. We've done this enough times. You ought to be able to figure it out. In any case, I mean, there's obviously very broad agreement that the American public needs and wants, American business and individuals, the nation's crumbling infrastructure to be rebuilt. They're tired of potholes, they're tired of detours, failed bridges, congestion, and all the problems. They're tired of water mains that blow up and other, you know, and sewer systems that back up into their homes. We can do this. We did it in the great way in the middle to the later part of the last century, and America can do it again. But we're going to rebuild it in a way that is going to be resilient to severe weather events, be resilient.
All right. But don't come through.
Will you please mute your microphones? Not too hard. I think maybe there's a way we can just shut you down. Okay, we're going to rebuild it in a way that is resilient to climate change. That means extreme weather events, sea level rise. We're also going to build resilient to other threats, earthquakes in the West in particular, even now fires. So the bill, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers, is about $2.6 trillion over 10 years. Last year, we passed a bill out of this committee that was $500 billion, give or take. And given the magnitude of the problem, one, you know, that's a good start, but there were those who said that was too much. It isn't too much. I'll look forward to hearing in the near future, hopefully from the Biden administration, on what sort of numbers they want to set. We are going to have the most robust, by America standards, in the entire government. Actually, transportation already is the most robust. But we are going to plug the final loopholes. We're going to get rid of the predatory Chinese rail company and the bus company, which is substantially subsidized by the Communist government of China. The rail company is wholly owned by the Communist government of China. And, we're going to move, we're not going to do Eisenhower 8.0. I mean, Eisenhower plan was great for its time. Put the country and knitted the country together. We've got to rebuild that, but we also have to have an eye on the 21st century and the challenges of the 21st century as we rebuild it. So the bill we passed last year is a starting point, in my opinion, for this year's legislation. It was transformational. It focused on investing in outcomes that are possible under a new vision. We had testimony just last week from VA DOT, who is Virginia DOT, dealing with severe congestion. And they said, well, yeah, we could do 2 more lanes on 395, and in 10 years, it'd be just as congested as it is today. And, that cuts about $12 billion. Or we can provide a very viable, frequent, convenient rail option, which is expensive. It's going to be close to $5 or $6 billion. So half the cost, a solution that gets people out of traffic, a solution that mitigates fossil fuel pollution. And, that's the kind of things we want DOTs to start looking at, not just the same old tired solutions. You can't add infinitely more lane miles in many areas of this country, and that's not what this is going to be about. We're going to make it safer, more equitable, cleaner, with less carbon pollution. We're going to have well-trained, well-paid workers, and we're going to reach out to many people who've been left behind and offer them training opportunities, partnering both in our bill but with other committees. We're going to deal with underserved communities whose voices have not been heard and needs have frequently not been met. And we're going to try and undo some of the damage of the past that targeted those communities. We're going to have transportation systems planned around what matters to people. That's greater and easier access to jobs and essential services, more efficient mobility utilizing innovation, safe, resilient, and good repair. These are not aspirational, these are all achievable. And Mr. Secretary, I know you share my commitment to this vision. I believe that many of these things are incorporated in the Building Back Better plan and also the plan you yourself offered as a presidential candidate. We're going to provide greater local decision-making. As a mayor, you know that often people at the local level, members of Congress, mayors, and others know better than the bureaucrats in the state capitol, or, no offense, the people in the Washington, D.C. Secretary's office at the Department of Transportation. We're going to look to address those concerns better in this bill. We're going to, as I said, members are going to have a transparent and equitable process to do direct investments in their community. And then there's other issues, certainly beyond surface transportation, wastewater, harbors, everything under our jurisdiction, under your jurisdiction, and aviation. Aviation always seems to be kind of a work in progress. Last Congress, we had a great bipartisan bill that re-regulated the way that we certify aircraft in response to the tragedies with the Boeing Max. But we also, and I'm going to be tracking closely and want to see that certification implemented as comprehensively and as quickly as possible. We also have issues pending from the FAA bill, of the last FAA bill, which was about 3 years ago now. And I think I was told, in fact, I know I was told that this month we'd hear about secondary barriers on aircraft. Of course, the long, languishing, delayed rule on flight attendant duty rest time. And then finally, the Obama administration, with misplaced priorities, certified something called Norwegian Air International. It was actually a scam. It had nothing to do with Norway except the investment, because they were incorporating in Ireland so they could get around labor laws. They could hire contract crew from Asia to fly the planes and avoid the stricter labor laws of Norway. And now I understand that it went bankrupt, thankfully, but now they are attempting to come back as something called North Atlantic, and I would hope that your department will thoroughly study that application, and I believe that it will be found not to meet the requirements of fair skies and labor agreements, and it should not be authorized. So with that, Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. We're eager to hear from you, how best we can work together with you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, on our shared goals in moving America forward. With that, I recognize my ranking member, Sam Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Your appearance in the committee is obviously very timely, and we do appreciate you appearing before us. You know, infrastructure means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but to myself and to my colleagues on the Transportation Committee, it's about the highway bill, and a bipartisan highway bill that improves our infrastructure, that creates jobs and strengthens the U.S. economy should be the top priority for this committee. And I've always said that it's partnership and not partisanship that gets results. You and I have discussed on a couple of occasions the path to a bipartisan bill. At least the way I see it, needs to meet a few key targets. I don't think the bill can grow into a multi-trillion-dollar catch-all. It needs to be manageable and responsible. We need to ensure equity between the rural and urban areas, which is a major concern that I have with the reconciliation bill, besides the process itself, was how little attention rural America received. And finally, a transportation bill, I think, needs to be a transportation bill, not a Green New Deal. It needs to be about roads and bridges. And I hope that as this committee works on our next major bill, that we remember to prioritize transportation infrastructure and that we don't reduce our core programs, roads, bridges, ports, airports, rail. We don't reduce those to an afterthought. And there are ways that we can work together to reduce transportation emissions and protect our environment. But this committee's focus should be on transportation. We also need to invest taxpayers' money wisely where it helps them the most. After providing unprecedented levels of COVID-related relief this past year, we need to carefully consider what goes into a transportation package. The more massive any bill becomes, the more bipartisanship suffers. And I want to stress that we're ready to partner with you in making critical investments and strengthening our transportation system. While a transportation bill is among the most important things that this committee does, it's not the only thing, as was pointed out by Chairman DeFazio. So I want to highlight a couple of key issues before the Department of Transportation. They're at least at the top of my list. And one is preserving the FAA's gold standard and standing internationally, and specifically when it comes to safety. The FAA is the leader in safety and certification. There's no question in my mind about that. And the second thing is ensuring that the billions of dollars that have flowed to transit agencies are shared with transit contractors who have worked hand in hand with the agencies to keep these systems operating throughout the pandemic. And all the time, they retain their workers, and many of those were union employees. There's a whole lot of other things out there that are of interest to me, but in the interest of time, I want to keep it at that. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say and look forward to working with you. And again, I want to thank you for being here today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. With that, I would recognize Secretary Buttigieg. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the administration's priorities for transportation infrastructure. And I'm grateful for the committee's longstanding leadership on these issues and for continuing the important conversation that we're having today. I believe that we have, at this moment, the best chance in any of our lifetimes to make a generational investment in infrastructure that will help us meet the country's most pressing challenges today and create a stronger future for decades to come. Our country is now emerging from a pandemic that has taken the lives of more than 535,000 Americans. Relief is on the way, thanks to the President's American Rescue Plan passed by Congress, but there is near universal recognition that a broader recovery will require a national commitment to fix and transform America's infrastructure. There are good reasons why infrastructure has such strong bipartisan support. Every citizen, regardless of political affiliation, shares the need for reliable roads, railways, and air transportation. We all live with the damage that has been caused by a history of disinvestment and the resulting unmet needs that are only growing by the day. Across the country, we face $1 trillion backlog of needed repairs and improvements, with hundreds of billions of dollars in good projects already in the pipeline. We see other countries pulling ahead of us, with consequences for strategic and economic competition. By some measures, China spends more on infrastructure every year than the US and Europe combined. The infrastructure status quo is a threat to our collective future. We face an imperative to create resilient infrastructure and confront inequities that have devastated communities. Right now, nearly 40,000 Americans die on our roads annually. Millions live in communities isolated or divided by missing or misplaced infrastructure. And millions of Americans don't have access to affordable transportation options to get around. Before the pandemic, commuting times were getting longer for average Americans while their housing and transportation costs soared. And without action, it will only get worse. In the United States, transportation is the leading contributor to climate change, contributing to a pattern of extreme weather events which takes a severe toll on our infrastructure. Every dollar we spend rebuilding from a climate-driven disaster is a dollar we could have spent building a more competitive, modern, and resilient transportation system that produces significantly lower emissions. And it doesn't have to be this way. Wise transportation investments are key to making the American dream accessible for all, leading our global competitors in innovation, getting people and goods where they need to be, creating good jobs, jobs that are union or pay prevailing wages, and tackling our climate crisis. Just like those who summoned the will to build the Transcontinental Railroad in the 1800s and the interstate highway system in the 1950s, we too have the opportunity now to imagine and create a different future for American transportation. I know that expectations have been raised before when it comes to major moves in American infrastructure. But now, in this season, we can turn aspirations into action. Now is the time to create millions of good jobs for American workers, to help communities and businesses, big and small, rural and urban, to compete and win in the global economy. Now is the time to clear the backlog and repair our highways, roads, bridges, maritime ports, airports, and more, to enhance freight and passenger rail, and to provide accessible public transit and mobility options for all. Now is the time to redouble our commitment to transportation reliability and safety, and ensure that families will no longer have to mourn tragic deaths that could have been prevented. Now is the time to finally address major inequities, including those caused by highways that were built through Black and brown communities, decades of disinvestment that left small towns and rural main streets stranded, and the disproportionate pollution burden from trucks, ports, and other facilities. Now is the time to improve the air we breathe and tackle the climate crisis by moving the U.S. to net zero greenhouse gas emissions, building a national electric vehicle charging network, and investing in transit-oriented development, sustainable aviation, and resilient infrastructure. So, taking my lead from President Biden and Vice President Harris, I stand ready to work with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to deliver an infrastructure package that meets this consequential moment and ensures a future worthy of our great nation. I believe this is what America deserves, and this is what we can deliver if we can seize this moment together. So thank you again for inviting me to be here today, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You're off to a great start. You did it in less than 5 minutes, so I appreciate that. A couple of quick issues. I raised the issue of a reapplication by the new Norse airline. I'd just like your assurance that you're not just going to adopt the standards and the judgment of the past administration, the Obama administration, but just, I know you can't discuss it, potential pending, but I just want assurance that there will be a thorough and clean sheet review of this proposal. Can I depend on that?
Understood. We have not yet, as of this time, we have not yet received an application from the specific carrier you mentioned, but we're aware of the news reports of the potential future service that you described. So you have my commitment, Chairman, that we would adjudicate any foreign carrier application in accordance with our established regulatory process and with all of the relevant international agreements.
All right, including labor laws.
Indeed.
You've mentioned the oversight of pipeline safety on Jimmy Kimmel Live. We passed a bipartisan bill through the committee and was adopted in the final package at year end with the Senate called the Pipes Act, which have important provisions to reduce methane leaks, which of course are way worse than CO2 from existing pipelines. As long as natural gas is being piped around, we don't need to unnecessarily pollute. I hope you have plans to expedite implementation of some of the new provisions we put in place.
Yes, we've been working on implementing this new Pipes Act since passage, and appreciate the leadership of Congress directing us to include environmental impacts in rulemakings. So we have a process underway, making sure that PHMSA, the relevant modal administration, is staffed up for this. That includes hiring new attorneys, bringing on the first environmental economist, and the first agency-wide NEPA expert for PHMSA. And we're working also to finalize rules that have been pending for a while, but are close to the finish line so that we can prioritize those that are going to have the biggest impact. I also just want to mention that PHMSA's website, as part of our compliance with the congressional directive, now includes monthly progress updates on the Pipes Act to make sure that there's transparency about our work and the timelines there.
Excellent. Good to hear that. I appreciate the fact that the administration repealed the nonsensical rule on SIG grants by the previous administration that said that TIFIA loans, when an entity borrows money that they're going to have to repay with interest, that it doesn't count as a local cost share. I appreciate that you have repealed that. That was idiotic. But they also issued changes to the risk assessment process that, according to analysis done by this committee in 19, added $650 million in total project costs and done without any consultation with stakeholders. Is the administration planning to repeal the changes to the SIG risk assessment policy and save money and expedite projects?
So we're aware of this concern. I want to first just reiterate the administration's commitment to the SIG program. We know how important it has been for successfully delivering important projects. And as you mentioned, the prior administration changed how this risk assessment calculation was conducted. So we're taking on board the concerns that stakeholder groups have raised, and the FTA is reviewing those changes so that we can have an appropriate cost estimate validation process that is reasonable and attainable when it comes to the risk standard.
Great. And then finally, I'm about to run out of time. I'm going to be pretty strict on time limits today because I want to give everybody an opportunity. We have two spectrum issues. One is ground-based and one is based in space. The G-band, the C-band for 5G from satellite could potentially interfere with radio altimeters. Unfortunately, it was auctioned, but we're going to have to be absolutely certain before it's implemented. We're not going to lose GPS and radio altimeters because someone wants to make money selling a service so people can see things more quickly on their cell phones. And then the 5.9 gigahertz, if we're going to move forward with V2V, a vehicle-to-vehicle communication, and potentially someday automated vehicles, any interference in the 5.9 gigahertz spectrum, which Even the last secretary objected to this. The committee objected to it. The industry, all the auto industry and others objected to it, but the FCC went ahead. I hope that the administration's going to re-engage with the FCC on this issue, both those issues, actually.
Yeah, so if I may take those in reverse order on the 5.9 spectrum, often known as the safety band, that's a very important priority for transportation communications and public safety. I know that in the prior administration as well, the department communicated its concerns, and I know there's been bipartisan concern in the committee as well, and we share that concern. So we're going to be engaging with counterparts across the administration on a way forward, and trying to establish the best way to handle and share the spectrum that is consistent with not just safety communications as we know them, but where they're headed. On the C-band, the 3.7 gigahertz spectrum, we are very concerned about the potential for harmful interference to radar altimeters, which are, as you know, very important on commercial transport aircraft, general aviation aircraft, business jets, helicopters, and increasingly UAVs. So we'll be working to ensure that we're having the right posture with respect to the interagency conversations and the conversation with industry, with, once again, the fundamental North Star of our department being safety.
I thank Secretary. I went about a minute over, Sam, so I'm going to recognize you now, and you can have 6 minutes if you want. Ranking Member Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be mindful of my time as well. And Mr. Secretary, again, I appreciate you being here today. And I mentioned in my opening statement about the transit contractors being able to get the COVID relief funding through the FTA. Recently, DOT did upgrade its guidance, and I'm hopeful that the problem may be fixed for the time being. But I think it needs to be a priority that we continue to clarify that COVID relief funding needs to reimburse the transit contractors, payroll and operating expenses, because they've preserved those jobs. In some cases, the ridership was down to 10% of normal ridership, and they preserved all those jobs, and they kept the trains running on time. And I just hope you'll work with us and commit to ensuring that those contractors are allowed to access the COVID relief funds that Congress appropriated to the FTA.
Thank you. I appreciate you raising this. And as you mentioned, I believe this has increasingly been addressed. So with the FTA now able to offer overall more than $69 billion in relief to transit agencies as part of the COVID response, the priority is, of course, keeping people employed and keeping service on the streets. So there will continue to be a requirement for transit agencies to certify that they have not furloughed employees and that contracted staff have not been furloughed before they would be able to spend those relief dollars on any activities other than payroll and operation expenses. And the FTA is putting out guidance that is intended to be consistent with the congressional directive. We certainly understand how important it is to keep people employed and the role of contractors in that.
So thank you. The other thing I wanted to talk to you just a little bit about too is the way we're funding the Highway Trust Fund. And obviously, traditionally, highway infrastructure has always been paid and maintained by the users, and that's always been through a fuel tax. The unfortunate part is we continue to see that decline over time, and then we end up supplementing from other areas the shortfall. And I was tickled to death during your presidential campaign when you brought up, funding our system of infrastructure, highway infrastructure through VMT, which is no secret that I'm a proponent of VMT, but and I'm not going to go there specifically, but I hope you'll work with us to ensure long-term solvency in the Highway Trust Fund. By working with us, obviously, to ensure a viable user fee system. And that's one of the nice things about transportation in our arena is we still have true trust funds throughout the system, and we want to make sure that they are that they're viable and that everybody that uses those systems, obviously pays in. So I just, there's no real question here. I just want to to make sure that you continue to work with us as we find ways to make sure that that is viable and that we have, money in those user fee systems.
Well, thank you. Really look forward to working with you on that. We, as you said, we need stable, predictable, multi-year funding. And yet, both because of a difficulty in Washington adjusting the gas tax historically and looking to the future, the changing role of gasoline in the use of cars outright, we're obviously going to need to come to more solutions if we want to preserve that user pays principle.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back so we can get to other questions.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Representative Norton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I need to devote my time to the disadvantaged business enterprise notion because we had a very successful hearing on that in September, and there are many questions that continue to be raised. For example, personal net worth requirements have not been updated for over a decade. Now, I've been told that your department is reviewing them. Could we know whether you intend to increase them or why not? Please. The net worth.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for raising this. It's my view that we have an enormous opportunity and an imperative to ensure that the taxpayer dollars that flow through this department go to businesses and workers who resemble this country. And we've obviously got a long way to go. And support for DBEs is a really important part of that. With regard to the specific adjustment you're describing, I'll want to take that up with our Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, which I know is reviewing that right now to make sure we understand the impacts. But we'll certainly do everything we can to make sure that this program and this vision becomes more robust in the time ahead.
I'd appreciate your reporting back to the chairman what your office has found, because that is a pressing concern.
Will do.
Along the same lines, I'm also troubled to learn of what it takes for our businesses, DBEs, to apply in multiple states. You would think that the certification used would be the same, and it is the same as across the country. But in fact, it is not the same. It differs from state to state. Can you commit to developing a more streamlined process? I mean, it could be reciprocity, it could be more centralized. What can you do to make it easier for small businesses to apply across a number of states?
So it's a priority for us to make this process more user-friendly. And I know that businesses that seek to engage with the federal government are often confronted with a dizzying array of requirements or expectations that don't always match. And I can tell you, without yet having all of the pieces in place on how we can act most swiftly to do it, I've made clear to my top team that this will be a priority and would welcome a chance to work with you on how to harmonize the experience across states and also just make the process less confusing or daunting for businesses that are trying to enter sometimes areas of doing business with the American taxpayer that are viewed as belonging to those who are already in the know. We've really got to open it up.
Please get back to us, Mr. Secretary, on whether you're using reciprocity incentives or some kind of more centralized certification process so that we can respond at our next hearing on that issue. Let me ask you about another significant barrier that many DBEs face. That's contract size. The federally funded contracts have to be bundled together, which are often bundled together. It makes it too large for small businesses to compete, forcing many to apply as subcontractors and precluding many to apply as prime contractors. Now, I understand that there are Davis-Bacon concerns. Are you willing to work with us on possible ways of unbundling contracts to provide greater opportunity for small businesses to compete for federal contracts in particular?
I am, and I would welcome working with you as well as opening a dialogue with the Small Business Administration on this. True equity in contracting means that we would see DBEs both as subcontractors and as prime contractors, working with our department and with every department.
Finally, let me ask you a question about one of my favorite subjects, mobility on demand, because in my district, we see increasing use of bikes and scooters.
Eleanor, if you want him to answer, you got to let him answer because you only got 13 seconds. Mobility on demand, Ms. Secretary.
I didn't get the
Big fan, right here in the district of taking advantage of the things like the Capitol bike share, and welcome a chance to work with you on that too.
Okay, time for gentlelady has expired. Mr. Young.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for appearing before the Congress and the committee. As ex-chairman, I have one suggestion. I talked to the White House the other day, the chief of staff. My suggestion is that you let the chairman and the ranking member work together, and you be there, but let them negotiate and let the committee negotiate, and we'll come out with a good bill. Some of the things you propose I don't necessarily agree with, and some of the things I propose you don't necessarily agree with. There is a meeting of the minds, and transportation is the key to our economy. You can't have an economy that doesn't have a good transportation system. And that's the thing that I'm always been interested in. That includes ports, and it includes short rail, it includes long rail, it includes highways, and not just the traffic of the individuals. I was noticing during the pandemic that a lot of the traffic decreased. In fact, there's less pollution in the air because people work from home. I don't like that idea, but it will work. We have to start looking at our structure of our economy and how people put in time to get things done. But you have a great job ahead of you. I'm really proud of the fact you got to be the Secretary of Transportation. I have worked with over 10 Secretaries of Transportation in my career. As chairman, I was successful with Mr. Oberstar writing a good bill. I believe Ms. Norton is the only one there when we wrote that last bill, and maybe Edie Brown too. But having said that, it goes back to what the ranking member said. We do have to fund this some way. And that if we write a bill that doesn't have the right funding, are we going to borrow that money? Can we explain to the public we're borrowing on the future? I like the trust fund. I happen to think that the user fee and mileage is very important, especially if you go forth, as your suggestion, on electric cars, which I have one, by the way. They call me a greenie. One thing we don't have is charging stations, so that's something that you could help out on. So we want to be a teammate, and I'm confident to do so. One question: what as you sort of hedged around Sam's question? Does the administration or yourself have an idea how to fund this program, other than borrowing or borrowing? Is it we have to make sure we know it now? So, what is the question about the funding program?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and I hope is your 11th to make a good mark here at the department, and certainly recognize that we're building on a foundation of fantastic cooperation in this committee. With regard to your specific question about pay-fors, I've heard loud and clear from members of Congress, Republican and Democratic, that an infrastructure proposal needs to have at least a partial funding source, and I know that that's a challenging conversation. Ultimately, while there are many complicated details, there's a simple set of places we can look. User fees, general fund or other tax sources, as Congress has done to fill gaps in Highway Trust Fund in recent years, or borrowing. And the bulk of any proposal will amount to whatever Congress is prepared to authorize in any combination of those sources. Again, I know that the president will be speaking more to the overall vision soon, but I know that without cooperation with Congress, we would never be able to arrive at a healthy balance of how this can be at least partially paid for.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary, and as the members of the committee, we have a responsibility. I haven't been around when Eisenhower was around, and he built the interstate system, intrastate system, and it is what's made this nation great. And we could have a chance to the president has a chance to leave a legacy behind of a good transportation system. And I think the public is willing to pay for it if they get a transportation system. And I think I have 10 states now have passed a user fee, a higher user fee, as long as the user knows the money's going into transportation. So again, Mr. Secretary, I welcome you aboard. We'll see whether we give you a grade. At the end of the 4 years, I'll give you a grade. So God bless you all, and just work with us. Work with the chairman and ranking member. The ranking member can communicate with us, and a little bit of give on each side, a little bit of take, it works out a good bill. We wrote a good bill, and I never had an adverse vote against that bill in the committee. And on the floor of the House, I only lost 14 votes. So that means working together. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Don. Yes, the '06 bill was the last best transportation bill. And now we'd move on to Ms. Johnson from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for organizing this hearing and the visit with the Secretary. And welcome, Mr. Secretary. We're delighted that you're taking the time to visit with us. As I mentioned before, I'm a graduate of St. Mary's College up there at the University of Notre Dame at the South Bend of Lake Michigan. And so I've seen much of your leadership, and it's much appreciated. I'm a senior Texan on this committee. I was there when Mr. Young was chair and lots of other things that happened. I'm delighted that I have a few Texans who joined me because Texas is a big state to work in transportation when you're alone. It's 1,100 miles long and 1,000 miles wide with ports, inland ports, interstates, and I think all of it runs through my district. The critical infrastructure and the businesses built around it is what stimulates our economy. And my area of Dallas is 29.3% of the Texas economy. We have a big agenda before us because transportation is so vitally important to Texas. In my North Texas area, where my district is basically Dallas, we have two major airlines, American Airlines and Southwest. We have a Greyhound. We have a local rapid rail system. We have several general aviation airports in the area, and we have one of the largest inland ports in the area. So we really have great need and great interest in transportation. Very soon, we hope that Dallas will be the northern hub for our nation's first private sector intercity passenger high-speed rail, providing a 90-minute connection between Dallas and Houston. Now, let me just say that right now, Dallas is closer to Oklahoma City than it is to Houston. So that would be a miracle for us. We have the largest port in the nation in Houston, and Dallas has the largest inland port. We dominate the trade market in Texas and perhaps even in the country. So we have great need for transportation. When I came onto this committee 29 years ago, my goal was to get a seamless intermodal system around the Metroplex in Dallas-Fort Worth. We've gone a long ways, but we've got a ways to go. We have been trying to recover from COVID-19, which we're still in the midst of, and we know we must rebuild our infrastructure because of our distances. Everybody who works drives or rides to that work. And so we're very, very interested in staying involved. We have several negative consequences like pollution, dangerous streets, disinvestment, disconnected neighborhoods, and transportation systems that are not quite complete. So to put it mildly, we are working toward equitable opportunities for good transportation, and we know that you're the right leader at this right time to help us move in that direction. So thank you very much. I think my time is over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. And we've now moved to Mr. Crawford. Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being with us today. I hope under your leadership in the Department of Transportation, You will provide for a regulatory climate that doesn't stifle innovation and incentives that allow for the market to function. I think those are key. And with that thought in mind, does the department plan to continue the non-traditional and emerging transportation technology council, which is an internal deliberative body at the department tasked with identifying and resolving jurisdictional and regulatory gaps that may impede the deployment of new technologies such as tunneling, hyperloop, autonomous vehicles, and other innovations?
Well, thank you, Congressman. As you point out, there are a lot of innovations coming our way that are going to make such a difference in transportation technology, and we're prioritizing safety, but also just making sure that these technologies can flourish. So I'm very interested in the work of the Net Council, and we'll want to engage that body and make sure the department can be an advocate and a partner for innovators and for users alike.
Do you have any ideas of what the department can do? If federal government do the ultra high strength technology, yes, emissions, economic opportunities and provide for self-sufficient operations. What kind of incentives the federal government might be able to do?
I think I understood. I'm sorry, the audio broke up for a moment, but I think I understood you to be asking about how federal policy could support autonomous vehicles and that kind of technology. Just correct me if I'm on the wrong track. So I believe the biggest thing that we need to do is, of course, establish safety and establish certainty for industry. I would suggest that the policy framework in the U.S. has not really caught up with the technology platforms or some of the things that are increasingly becoming capable. And that's a problem both from a safety perspective and from a market perspective, because a lot of other countries are developing very robust strategies for that. So we intend to pay a lot of attention for that and do everything we can within our authorities. I just want to note that we may need to work with Congress as well on adjusting those authorities, because a lot of the regulatory frameworks we work within and the statutory frameworks we work within simply don't contemplate self-operating vehicles or other equipment.
Yeah, thank you for that. In 2018, Congress passed the National Timing, Resilience, and Security Act, which requires the implementation of a terrestrial GPS backup timing signal. Do you intend to implement that act? And if so, when?
So I'm aware of the congressional expectation on this, and certainly consider it very important. This is a kind of technology that's not only relevant in the transportation sector, but emergency response, timing signals, climatology studies, all of this is at stake. So in response to the requirement in the fiscal year 18 NDAA, and synchronizing with similar work that I know is going on with DOD and the Department of Homeland Security, the department conducted a GPS backup demonstration, which recommends that there be standards developed and test procedures and monitoring capabilities established, as well as to make sure that the various kinds of equipment can work with them, and that they need to be resilient and interoperable. The transportation sector has some of the most stringent performance requirements in regard to those safety and reliability considerations. So as we pursue this, we'll want to continue working with Congress and recognizing the interagency character of this kind of work.
Thank you. You know, we've seen the surge of cargo airports and the shortage of containers for the container ships and exports and imports. What can the department do to help improve the supply and locations of these containers to ensure that these containers are more available to U.S. exporters?
So this, I think, is a part of the broader conversation about supply chain that certainly the administration is concerned about, and that's playing a real role and becoming a real issue in many dimensions of our economy. We need to make sure we have as much of a robust domestic capability as possible, and that we can identify where the limiting factor really is when you have some of these backups that we're seeing in a lot of different parts of the country. So some of this might involve wandering a little bit outside of the lane of what the Department of Transportation does, but it's just another example of where we need to be collaborating and coordinating with other partners in the administration to make sure we have a whole of government approach.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm out of time, so I wish you all the best. I'll get back.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, good to see you, and I welcome you back to Washington State's 2nd Congressional District anytime, especially the San Juan Islands. I want to actually focus my comments more on the roads, bridges, highways, transit side of things, but I do want to highlight the letter I sent to you and your office in January regarding the Aviation Subcommittee's priorities as chair of the Aviation Subcommittee. But rather than relive all that, I just want to highlight that for you. And then the second thing I want to highlight in aviation, with no need to comment, but just a reminder of the conversation we had about implementing the Aviation Manufacturing Jobs Protection Act, which was part of the American Rescue Plan, and highlighting that for the supply chain workers around the country. My questions are really on the roads, bridges, highways, transit side of things. And in the Northwest, transportation means jobs. I do think we need a major investment in transportation infrastructure. I think it will create jobs. I think it will help economic recovery. It will ensure the safety of our transportation system, and we can do it cleaner and greener. We're already behind China, as you mentioned. We're behind the EU. We're behind the business sector in the United States. We aren't leading anything when it comes to the investment in using transportation as an investment in climate change. So I do think that we can use the transportation investments to catch up and to support the business sector. So we had a hearing that outlined that very clearly. On that point, some of this stuff is big, some of this stuff is just small ball. And on one of those, I want to know what what the DOT, how you see the role of low and no emission transit investment. We've got 2 jurisdictions here in my district who are continuing that investment, and how you see the budget, your proposal stacking up on low and no emission transit.
Well, thanks for the question. We think it's going to be very important. First of all, making sure there are more transit opportunities writ large so that individuals don't have to always rely on individual vehicles in order to get to where they need to be. But also making sure when they do opt for transit that the emissions profile of those buses or light rail cars or other vehicles are as low or no emissions as possible. That's the intent of the Low No program. As you know, we recently had a cycle of that go out. And I'm certainly hopeful that that'll continue to enjoy robust support from Congress, because it is a crucial part, in my view, of how we can make sure that we're meeting our climate goals.
I want to switch to diversity and equity. It's not just a matter of diversity and equity in considering where we put transportation infrastructure, but it's also the women and men who work in the transportation workforce as well. And I want to know if you have a vision of how to connect transportation investment to helping both to diversify the workforce, which is going to be necessary over time, as well as tying the transportation investment into registered apprenticeships.
Yes, I see a lot of opportunity for us to build a more diverse workforce of people at every level, from those who work in this building, in the department, and can be attracted to be involved in public service around transportation, to those who are actually on sites and doing the work on the ground. I envision more robust partnerships with labor and with industry in order to make sure that we're building that more diverse workforce. But frankly, I think we need to better model it here as a department ourselves, knowing how much the industry and the department recruit from one another. And that involves everything from, as you mentioned, apprenticeships, and making sure those are really open to people who may not have seen themselves in those trades before, to reaching people at the youngest possible age, even reaching into middle school when they first begin to picture a future for themselves, and letting those who are underrepresented know that they are welcome and needed in the transportation sector.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick with this last question, and it's about one of the bread and butter parts of transportation. That's just bridge safety. We had the Skagit River Bridge fall a few years back. We got that repaired. Do you have an idea of how much investment relative to everything else that the administration is going to include in bridge safety in your infrastructure package?
Well, what we know is that there is an enormous backlog when it comes to bridge maintenance. You look at the reports out of for example, the American Society of Civil Engineers, and we've got a long way to go. So obviously the numbers are part of what we need to shape together, but there's no question that there's a massive demonstrated need. And we need to act on that. And this is our best opportunity, I think, in a lifetime to do it.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Chair, for having this, having invited the Secretary. It's really good. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for coming and just willing to listen to us. There's a lot of people, a lot of opinions, and I know they're all flying around, and I've got one too, just like everybody else. I know that while federal funding is important and needed, I think that we might be able to agree that there is a bigger gap in the funding than it actually is available, and the government in one way or another can't do it alone, the federal government. So last Congress, I joined with some colleagues to introduce the Infrastructure Bank for America. This legislation would create the bank as a government-sponsored enterprise, a GSE, to get private capital off the sidelines and get it into the United States infrastructure in some way, somehow. There are other proposals out there, Democrat and Republican, different approach it a little bit different this way or that way, but in the end, the goal is to supply more money to our infrastructure that we might go forward. We can, and hopefully we can find a path forward. I know we can. It's my belief that we've got to create a mechanism to make it easier for individuals, pension funds, other investments to be attracted to our America's infrastructure. So I'd ask you, would you please share your administration's view on infrastructure banks and maybe more broadly what steps the administration is taking to encourage private infrastructure investment?
Well, thank you so much for raising this. And in fairness, having listed the kind of go-to pay-fors we know of on the public side, fees, taxation, and borrowing, it would be a mistake to neglect the possibility of mobilizing private capital too. And I think the concept of an infrastructure bank is among the attractive ideas that could help us to do that. And I think it certainly deserves to be considered as we're forming our ultimate stack of how we can get the most investment done. In the meantime, I want to mention and highlight the private activity bond or PAB allocation authority that we do have, not on the scale, I think, of what you're suggesting in terms of an infrastructure bank, but something that has, I think, a demonstrated track record of helping to involve the private sector and helping to lower the cost of financing projects. We have a $15 billion capacity right now, and we've essentially reached it in terms of the popularity of the program and the interest in it. So I would mention that as something that is already there, that might be adjusted in terms of its capacity, but also really welcome the concept of an infrastructure bank or some other vehicle that can help us to mobilize what we know is a lot of private capital sitting on the sidelines when we have such demonstrated need across the country.
Thank you so much for that answer, and I look forward to working with you in the future, and maybe we can come up with something that everybody could agree with to put more money into infrastructure. Yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your support of expanding electric vehicle charging infrastructure to reduce the range anxiety. I included a provision in last year's transportation bill that would amend a federal law from the 50s prohibiting EV charging stations at transit, park and rides, and public rest areas on the highway. My district is home to the largest transit station on the West Coast called El Monte Transit Center. Because the transit station is next
Your audio just
to the
faded out,
highway.
Grace. You missed about 10 seconds there.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
There we go.
the question, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you believe the electric vehicle charging stations should be allowed at park and rides and rest areas to reduce range anxiety for highway users and incentivize electric vehicle owners to use transit?
We'll certainly take a look at that. Broadly speaking, we cannot have the kind of electrification of vehicle transportation we hope to achieve in this country if we don't have a robust charging network. And especially as the cost comes down, and increasingly there becomes no premium or even a savings for a consumer buying an electric car compared to a comparable gasoline fuel car. The next biggest reason somebody would hesitate to adopt is that factor you mentioned of range anxiety, where you're just not sure that there's going to be enough charging capacity between where you are and where you need to go. And it's why the president's commitment to make sure we have more charging stations, I think, is an important one. And in terms of how and where they're deployed, there are obviously a lot of different ways to approach it, but would welcome learning more about the initiative you're describing and working together on that.
I'd like to work with you, sir. The public rest areas along the highway are heavily used by low-income and minority families who can't afford plane tickets or Amtrak.
Oh, if you're talking, Grace, but we can't hear you. Grace, you got to keep your audio on.
Again?
Yep, keep going.
Do you believe EV charging stations at these rest areas could help pay for rest area maintenance costs?
I certainly think it's important that we have healthy revenue sources for the maintenance of these rest areas. I know there are a lot of different ways to do it, and I'm certainly open in any area where there's a shortfall to looking at how we could support making sure there's healthy revenue.
Thank you, sir. And there's a provision, HR 2 that was I authored, would help pay for the installation of protective shields in buses to prevent assault on bus drivers. And if it would have passed, they would have helped COVID protection. What is the department doing to prevent assault on transit workers?
Thank you for raising this. Transit workers are so important to our communities, to our economy, and we rely on them. They are an example of essential workers, and yet have often been mistreated, sometimes mistreated by those who are unwilling to respond to the mandates that are intended to keep both those workers and the traveling public safe. And this shouldn't have to be their job on top of everything else that they're in charge of. So we're trying to make sure that we are backing them up. And this was part of the intent and effect of the president's executive order, which in turn directed us to make sure that those mask mandates have clear guidance and federal backing. And we're going to continue to do everything we can to support those workers, and want to use this opportunity just to call on the public to support those transit workers, from a bus operator to someone in a subway, and for that matter, flight attendants too, who deserve respect and who are only asking people to comply with federal guidance.
Well, I specifically asked about the bus shields because they protect them not only against assaults, but against COVID, sir. But the next item I have, and I better hurry up, the Foothill Transit is a bus transit provider in my district. It has the forefront of installing electric buses. They put in service the first fast charging electric buses 6 years ago. And they plan to put in service the first double-decker electric buses in the near future, made by Alexander Dennis in Indiana. And I'm forwarding a letter to you by Foothill Transit, inviting you to participate in the launch of these new electric vehicles. I would hope you will accept and look forward to it, sir.
Well, thanks for the invitation. That sounds like something I'd love to kick the proverbial tires on, so I hope I can get a look.
Thank you, sir. Now yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey? Okay, Mr. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary. Congratulations on your confirmation. I want to talk to you about basically something probably a little bit uncomfortable, but I think we need to get to it so we all understand where we stand here. Starting in 2007, you worked as a consultant for McKinsey and Company for clients including two nonprofit environmentalist groups, the Natural Resources Defense Council and Energy Foundation. The close ties between McKinsey and the Chinese Communist Party, as you know, have been widely reported. Both the NRDC and the Energy Foundation have extensive operations in China that require approval and cooperation with the CCP. That's the Communist Party, as you know. Now, your background raises, I think, reasonable concerns about why you have in the past and in some cases now seem to be echoing the Chinese Communist Party line on the climate crisis that the West, and only the West, needs to rapidly decarbonize based on doomsday projections that have been rejected by the IPCC itself, while the Chinese Communist Party continues to build out coal plants and ramp up emissions. Unfortunately, these ties to the CCP and concerns about what many see as parroting of the CCP climate messaging group is not unique to yourself, Mr. Secretary. Actually, there are many within the administration, and many consider the vast majority of the Biden administration are involved in the same thing. Your insistence and the entire Biden administration's insistence for us to transit immediately to electric vehicles, often slave labor built intermittent energy sources and road diets, are blatantly against the interests of American people, and I think can easily and justifiably be described as a China first environmental, energy, and transportation policy. It's great when you have public transit and you want to use that, but many people want the privacy and the autonomy and the flexibility to drive their own vehicles. Mr. Secretary, the American people, quite honestly, are fed up with anybody's China first policy. How can you assure this committee and the American people that you and the administration that you work for truly have the best interest of the American people in mind, when oftentimes actions and rhetoric seem to support what many of us feel is a genocidal regime residing in Beijing?
Well, I appreciate the question and the chance to be abundantly clear about why it's important to confront climate change. The main reason I think it's important to confront climate change is because of the destruction of American lives, the destruction of American property, and the destruction of American jobs that will take place if we fail to meet this moment. I am troubled by the fact that China is not rising to meet the moment at the pace that I think the world needs. But of course, I'm an American policymaker, and so my involvement is on what we, the American people, can do to make sure we are leading the world and not playing catch up when it comes to the climate imperative. I believe that climate change is real. I believe that climate change is caused by greenhouse gases. And I recognize that the single biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in the United States is the transportation sector. Thankfully, that means that the transportation sector gets to be the biggest part of the solution. And when people are working on things like, well, let's say electric vehicles, I want those to be American workers. I want those to be American union workers who are earning union wages in places like my Indiana hometown, a place that grew up around the auto industry. There's not going to be a future for our country if we don't get ahead of the climate challenges that face us. I appreciate you referring to work that I did in a much more junior time in my career on energy efficiency. That report is publicly available. It was funded by a consortium of American investor-owned utilities, environmental groups like the Natural Resources Defense Council, the U.S. government, I believe the EPA, and possibly the Department of Energy. I don't remember. It was on the subject of energy efficiency, which is something I also consider important, but is a little bit outside of my lane here at the Department of Transportation. If there are other views on how to make sure we can be carbon neutral by 2050 than the views you've heard from this administration, now would be a great time to get them on the table so that we could work together before it's too late.
Okay.
I appreciate your answer. And in the remaining time, I just would urge you, look, America wants to be first in all the good things that we love. We don't want to be first if it imperils us vis-a-vis our adversary, which is the Chinese Communist Party. And I thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me? Great. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, for inviting the Secretary. I guess you'll be Secretary Pete.
I'll always answer to that.
Thank you. You were a great candidate for president. I know you'll be a great secretary. I've got many issues that I deal with. We have a pipeline in Memphis that's going through an African-American neighborhood called the Path of Least Resistance. It's going over an aquifer that supplies water for the city of Memphis. And I'm annoyed by your testimony before the Senate when you talked about the historical discrimination against minority communities with highways. It also happens with pipelines. The Byhalia pipeline is a problem in our city. Complete streets is an issue that I champion. I know you do also, Ed Markey, and I have a bill, and I look forward to working with you on that. Memphis, unfortunately, is third in the country in pedestrian deaths, and that needs to stop. And we've got an underrides bill that would protect people from trucks on the highways, and it needs to be implemented to make people more safe on the highways. But another issue I've worked on that I want to deal with on this call is airplane and passenger seats and safety. I had placed, with the help of Adam Kinzinger, who was my co-sponsor, a bill that the acronym is SEAT, Seat Equal Air Travel, or the SEAT Act, into the 2018 FAA reauthorization bill. The SEAT Act directed the FAA to establish minimum seat size and distance between rows of seats pitch on commercial aircraft to protect the flying public. After dragging their feet for a year after this was placed in the bill, during which time I wrote and demanded action, it was really 16 months, FAA finally conducted 12 days of evacuation testing in Oklahoma in November of 2019. That's 16 months ago, to determine whether planes need new dimensions to improve passenger safety. They have not released their results in all this time. I fear this is due to embarrassment over the results of the study or flaws in the study, and I'll be clear, it will show that there were defects and contradictions. Before the FAA began its testing, I raised several issues with the administration, the previous administration, about those tests being too narrow, and sent a sample that it wasn't representative of the flying public. I'm under the impression the FAA did not use people over the age of 60. That's a lot of people. Individuals under the age of 18, difficulty in getting in and out of planes and understanding instructions, and panicking possibly, lap children, parents seated separately from their children, individuals with disabilities, service animals, carry-on baggage, individuals with wheelchairs, significantly overweight individuals, individuals whose primary language was not English. This group of people who they did not include in their study, that sounds to me like a representative sample of the people that fly airplanes, fly in planes now, people over 60, people taking kids, people with disabilities and carry-on baggage. Mr. Secretary, can you commit to verifying in writing if the FAA included any of those demographics in their study?
So I'm aware of the authorization which required this study, and I know that the FAA conducted this research. I've requested a look at the research that's been put together so far, so we can get it to my office and understand what's going on there, and I will make sure to keep you abreast of our findings.
Mr. Cohen, you still have 1 minute. Mr. Cohen? I guess we lost Mr. Cohen. Then we'd move on to Rodney Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll gladly take Mr. Cohen's minute if you'd let me.
No. Go, just go, Rodney, go. You got 5.
All right. Well, thanks anyway, sir. Hey, Mr. Secretary, great to see you. Appreciated our conversation earlier this week also. Couple of issues I wanted to bring up. First off, as more states move to legalize recreational marijuana, I want to ensure that our law enforcement officials have a reliable means to determine impairment. ITSA has recommended continued research into the development of a standard, yet we're seeing that there are barriers currently in place across the federal government that limit access for researchers attempting to solve this problem. I do appreciate Chairman DeFazio for working with me last Congress to include language in H.R. 2 that directs the federal government under your leadership to examine these barriers and provide recommendations on how to increase opportunities for research. Will you commit to work with me and this committee to encourage research into a marijuana impairment standard?
I'd welcome an opportunity to work with you on that. I'll sound like a broken record when I say that safety is a top priority of this department. And obviously, as we have a lot of evolution on the legal front, we got to make sure that we're keeping up and getting ahead of any issues that impact roadway safety.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Also, a transit agency in my district, Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District, and many others across the country, they're utilizing hydrogen fuel cell electric bus technology as they transition their fleets to zero emission propulsion. While I appreciate the role battery electric buses will play in our future, I want to communicate the importance of hydrogen as Congress and the administration makes investments in zero emissions buses and also infrastructure. Can you speak to whether zero emission hydrogen fuel cell electric buses will be a priority for the department?
I think this is a great time to take that up. As you know, in most areas, the electric technology has been more widely adopted, but there is a lot of promise on hydrogen technology too. And we should recognize that what's right for a bus may be different in one region than another, and is also different than personally owned cars. And so we should encourage that whatever gets us toward zero emissions in the most efficient way possible. And to the extent that hydrogen is part of that story, would love to be working on that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, sir. Mr. Secretary, you and I have had discussions regarding my bill, the One Federal Decision Act, that streamlines the NEPA process. It's common sense that ensures our permitting process is still environmentally friendly. At the beginning of last Congress, we had Mayor Garcetti, Governor Walz, and my good friend, former Secretary Ray LaHood, before this committee, where they discussed difficulties with the federal permitting process. Can you discuss your experience with the process as the mayor of South Bend, and if you will commit to working with us to put in place some common sense reforms?
Yes, so federal permitting is certainly part of the life of, I think, any mayor who is seeking to improve infrastructure in their community. And we certainly experienced that in South Bend. It was especially relevant as we were contemplating something that I know is now my successor's issue, which is enhancing electric light rail or electric passenger rail that went between our community and Chicago, and getting through those processes, contemplating the environmental review. Can certainly be a source of complication or extend timelines or costs. Now, of course, we also know that there's a good reason for a lot of these rules, but anytime there's something duplicative in there or something could be done in a more efficient way, that could bring a lot of relief to local communities. So I do want to note that about 95% of projects move through with a categorical exclusion, and 1% move through with that full environmental impact statement, which is the kind that creates the most work. But that 1% is very important for the communities that are working on them. And so I do see a lot of opportunity here. And I know this is an interagency conversation as well. Executive Order 13990 specifically directs OMB and CEQ to take a look at whether a replacement order ought to be issued for the one federal decision policy. And that's something we certainly will want to be tracking closely so that we can find ways to make sure that those federal dollars are spent responsibly, but also as efficiently and as promptly as they can be.
Well, thank you for that. I look forward to working with you on these issues. And lastly, sir, as we spoke earlier this week, I had language included in the 2018 FAA reauthorization bill that emphasized the difference between micro drones and more traditional drones. In particular, the fact that micro drones, they pose less risk in our airspace than the larger ones. I just want to know if you'll commit to work with me to ensure that drone-related regulations recognize this difference and really begin to treat micro drones accordingly when it comes to permitting and other regulations that drones are subject to.
Certainly look forward to working with you on that. We know that there's a huge range of the size and the characteristics and the flight characteristics of different kinds of drones. And as much as we reasonably can, we want to make sure that our policies and our strategies can tell the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Great. Hey,
thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I will note that the FAA has not conducted the micro drone ingestion test on a jet engine yet, which I asked for almost 4 years ago. And the engineers in simulations at Virginia Tech think it'll cause catastrophic failure. So we need to be careful about that. Mr. Sires.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome, and thank you for meeting with us today. Mr. Secretary, I represent a district in New Jersey with a lot of old infrastructure. We have two commuter tunnels that are over 100 years old. During the Sandy superstorm, a lot of the salt water got into these tunnels and now the salt water is eating the cement. I'm concerned that if we don't address this issue, it's going to be catastrophic. This corridor serves a region that is home to 17% of the US population and 97 Fortune 500 company headquarters. The area also contributes 20% of the national GDP. I mean, my home state, the state of New York, the Port Authority, we're ready to move and work with you. So I'm hopeful that we can get some sort of a commitment from the administration to partner with us to get this done. So I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I share your sense of urgency about the Gateway and related projects. This is a regional issue, but one of national significance, because if there were a failure in one of those tunnels, the entire U.S. economy would feel it. So I can tell you that the Federal Rail Administration and the Federal Transit Administration are working with New Jersey Transit and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, as well as with Amtrak and the Gateway Development Commission, to develop the next administrative draft of the environmental impact statement, which is, as we were discussing in the last question, a big part of what needs to be completed in order to get there. That means reviewing anything that might have changed since the draft EIS was issued in 2017, and coordinating with other federal resource and regulatory agencies like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the state agencies that might have jurisdiction. Concurrent with what's going on that environmental side, the FTA is working closely with project sponsors as it advances through the capital investment grant program process prescribed in law, which is obviously an important part of the picture when it comes to funding. There's still a lot that has to happen there, including identifying the party that will carry out environmental mitigations, resolving concerns about the financial plan, and demonstrating the legal, technical, and financial capacity that's required by law in order to be eligible. But I can tell you that the FTA staff is committed to working with the partners to resolve that concerns, and again, recognize why this is so important for your constituents and really for the region and for the entire country.
Yes, not only is the tunnels 100 years old, but all the infrastructure leading to the tunnel is also 100 years old. And we have one particular bridge that we're working on with the state, where when you open it and you close it, it doesn't close properly. And you have to use a sledgehammer to line up the rails. Can you imagine this if this goes? And that's the main bridge that leads all these commuter trains into these tunnels. So I hope that we can work together and build a nice relationship. Maybe you can come to the district and I'll give you a sledgehammer so you can see what happens to this bridge when it doesn't close. So, and you can see all the modes of transportation that I have in my district. I think I have just about every kind of transportation there is in America in my district. So thank you for your commitment. I hope that the administration will see the importance of these tunnels. And I was just wondering, has any discussion been on any infrastructure bill that's going to come out of the administration yet?
So I certainly think this is the kind of critical infrastructure that has been allowed to be disinvested for so long that is on our mind as the administration is shaping infrastructure priorities. And it's certainly something that is coming up every time I speak to leaders from New Jersey, from New York, and more broadly as we think about our national policy. I'd welcome a chance to take you up on that invitation to see it for myself. I'm not sure it's wise to trust me with a sledgehammer in my hands, but I'll do everything I can to learn about the infrastructure issue there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Katko. John? Mr. Katko? Okay, Mr. Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves. And also want to say thank you to you, Mr. Secretary, for coming on with us and meeting with us on this very important issue, these very important issues. President Biden has made it his priority to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles nationwide. And while I think that we can all agree that fuel economy is very important, and electric vehicles will play an important role in expanding the choices of cars that are available to customers, I am concerned about the impact that some of President Biden's proposals may have on my constituents in Southeast Texas. My district is roughly from Houston over to Louisiana. Last Congress, there were several hearings held in both chambers with witnesses underscoring how dependent that the United States is on China for acquiring their supply of critical rare earth minerals that are needed for producing electric vehicle batteries. And so with that, I'd like to ask you several short answer questions, if you don't mind. First off, California Governor Gavin Newsom has set a goal of halting the sale of internal combustion engines in California by 2035. And I was wondering if the administration, the Biden administration, would do you all support the goal of banning the sale of traditional vehicles?
I've not heard of anything to that effect at the national or federal level, although I would note that a lot of industry leaders, American auto companies are moving in that direction already. You see the announcements from players like GM talking about their fleets being all electric by that time. So I've not heard of that in a mandatory context, but that certainly seems to be where the U.S. auto industry is headed.
Okay, thank you. Number two, do you believe that the term zero emission the term zero emission vehicle must include a full life cycle analysis and not just an examination of the vehicle's tailpipe emissions?
Well, I think it's wise to look at both. Of course, the tailpipe emissions are what accounts for the most immediate impact coming from the vehicle. But whether we're talking about the auto context or what's going on with sustainable aviation fuels or others, certainly makes sense to look at the entire picture.
Absolutely. Thank you. And given the issues surrounding the solvency within the Highway Trust Fund, and that electric vehicle drivers use our bridges and roads while not paying taxes to support this infrastructure, like those who do drive combustion engines, do you support a policy for electric vehicles to pay their fair share into the Highway Trust Fund, especially given the fact that electric vehicles weigh more than their internal combustion engine equivalent? And so do you support a vehicle miles traveled, a VMT plan? And if so, what would that rollout look like for VMT?
So I'm very open to that because I think that ultimately for the user pays principle to be intact as more and more drivers are driving electric vehicles, obviously electric vehicles ought to be charged too in some way, shape, or form. We've heard a lot of different ways to do it. Some of them are comparable to things like the electronic logging devices that are common on trucks, but there are concerns about technology and privacy there. So I think we got a little work to do. There are pilots increasingly underway. We should learn from them and continue to explore whether this is the best way to keep faith with that user pays principle.
All right, thank you very much. Do you support providing maximum flexibility to state departments of transportation to determine where funding is best spent to benefit their transportation systems? And will you support funding for proven core DOT programs and letting the states decide how best to accomplish these goals of these new programs without the burden of new set-asides?
Well, I certainly have a lot of regard for state level decision making. I would add to that local decision making because I've learned that it's sometimes a mistake to assume that a state authority and a local community are on the same page. I view our role as pursuing the broadest policy goals that we have at the federal level, and as much as possible, encouraging states, localities, and other bodies to innovate to meet those goals in the best way. And that's how we've tried to tune the early issues of our discretionary grants. Again, making the goals clear, but challenging those local communities and other applicants to explain how they seek to get there.
Glad to hear you talk about the local, and you as a former mayor. I'm a former mayor as well, so I appreciate that.
Likewise.
How do you plan on addressing the cyber and data privacy concerns that continue to remain a threat from foreign governments like China?
I'm afraid he'll
This is
answer very quickly, please.
Oh,
I'll be brief. It's a major strategic concern, of course, not limited to transportation. And so we need a whole of government approach to cybersecurity, and we'll do everything we can to make sure DOT's at the table to be part of that.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you
Garamendi.
very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on here. I want to really thank you, and particularly I want to commend the Secretary for being one of the very most informed witnesses we've had for a long, long time. You really are on top of all of these issues. When I ran for Congress in 2009, the Oakland Bay Bridge was built with Chinese steel. And I've made the Make It in America policy an integral part of my work over the last decade. I got to tell you how thrilled I was on the 5th day in office when President Biden issued an executive order that American taxpayer money would be used to buy American-made goods and services. Obviously, the transportation sector is one of the major areas in which American taxpayer dollars will find their way into the economy or into the Chinese or foreign economies. So my series of questions really deal with this issue of Buy American, Make It in America. In 1983, the Federal Highway Administration issued a very broad waiver that basically set aside all of the Buy America provisions for the Federal Highway Administration. That waiver is still in existence. And so my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is will you look at this waiver and essentially junk it and allow the president's policy of American taxpayer money being used to buy American products, services, and goods?
We will be taking a hard look at it. I appreciate you raising the importance of Made in America and Buy in America. And the president's executive order directs every agency to assess any longstanding or nationwide waivers, like the 1983 Federal Highway Administration waiver you're describing. So we will be reviewing that as well as all the other existing waivers and making sure that we are doing everything we can in keeping with the spirit of the president's order.
I'm all interested in spirit, but I'm much more interested in what actually happens when the rubber meets the road. Is that road built with American products and services? So yes, we're going to be looking at this all the way through. Also, the Department of Transportation is far more than just highways. We've talked about many of those elements here today. Waivers are found in virtually every single aspect of your work. You mentioned a moment ago that you would look at all the waivers. I assume by all you mean every part of your department where there may be a waiver, where American taxpayer money is finding its way into the pockets of manufacturers and suppliers in other countries. Is that the case?
That's right. We know that there are similar but not identical requirements across our different parts of the department. So we've got to look at every piece of it. And that's going to be part of our internal review.
As you undoubtedly heard from the chairman's opening statement, this committee is way into this issue. We are continuing to write further restrictions and requirements. We'll continue to do that. So we would expect that in your role as secretary, you will make sure that American taxpayer money is spent here in America. There's a whole series of other issues that I was going to ask. Most of those have already been asked with regard to resiliency and the GPS system. Thank you for your attention to that. Beyond that, I really look forward to working with you. And once again, I'm very impressed by your extensive understanding of the issues. I don't think you've missed a beat on any question that we put forward, and I don't think I can come up with one that would stump you at this point. Look forward to working with you. Thank you so very much for you being with us today, and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm trying out one of your interstates right now. I want to congratulate you for your position, and I hope you're finding Washington, D.C. as hospitable as South Bend. We represent Baton Rouge, Louisiana, among other places, which, like South Bend, is on a river. Unlike South funnels down to one lane. And there's a reason for that. No one would ever model after this flood system. But
Garrett, you're breaking up. Lost your audio. Can't hear you. Hopefully you'll get to a spot where you get better connectivity. Mr. Rouser?
Here I am, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go for it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your nomination and confirmation. Really look forward to working with you in your new capacity. And as my colleague, Congressman Garamendi said, quite impressed with your array of knowledge and preparedness for today. I have a particular issue that not many people are really all that aware of, the fact that U.S. Airlines refused to transport animals intended for medical research. And of course, they have no issue transporting those same animals for other purposes. You know, almost every drug, treatment, medical device, diagnostic tool, or cure that's been developed relies on animal models, animal research, including COVID-19 vaccines. The U.S. government, as you know, strictly regulates animal research, but requires animal testing before a new drug is allowed to go to human trial. That's part of the requirement of the FDA. So in 2018, the National Association of Biomedical Research filed a complaint with the Department of Transportation challenging the policies of these airlines that refuse to transport animals intended for medical research. And I just want to know if you're up to speed on this and what the department plans to do moving forward, because one of the key issues here, China and other countries are making greater advancements scientifically because of this policy, basically. And of course, in China and elsewhere, they don't have anywhere close to the number of rules and regulations and the strict safeguards to protect animals and their welfare as we do here in the United States. And so this is really an important issue from a standpoint of national security, from a standpoint of scientific advancement and being on the cutting edge in this country versus losing pace with China and other countries. And so I really hope that the DOT under your leadership will take a good look at this and put in place guidelines so that the airlines will have what they need, and understanding that they need to be transporting these animals just like they do other animals. So just curious if you're up to speed on that and if you have any thoughts on that front and what you may be planning to do moving forward.
Well, thank you. I'm, I think, not as versed on this issue as you are, but I am aware of the complaint that was raised by the National Association for Biomedical Research, and I know that it raises issues that are very important and could have very significant implications for research institutions, for airlines and others. And one indication of just how complex and important the issue is that the department so far has received about 24,000 submissions for comment from research organizations, advocacy organizations, and others. Those submissions are raising a number of complex facts, legal arguments, and policy issues that would have to be considered by the department before we can render a decision on the merits of the concerns. So what I can tell you now is that the department's working diligently to work through all of those submissions and complete a review. And as soon as that assessment and review can be responsibly completed, then a decision will be forthcoming.
Well, I think it's important to note that the public comment docket closed December 2018, and so this has been a consistent problem, if you will. And I just think from as I mentioned earlier, from a standpoint of cutting edge research that's necessary for the cures that we need to be bringing to the market. Certainly COVID-19 is a great example of why you've got to have animal research. Obviously, you're not going to put a vaccine in an arm that you've not tested, thoroughly. And you've got to have primates in order to do that, in order to get that type of testing, to get the results, so that it's safe, for human use. And so it's just a critical element of medical research. And we already have a significant decrease in the number of primates that are available for medical research, and this desire among the airlines to avoid transportation of these animals for such purpose is a real problem, and it's a growing problem by the day. So really appreciate you taking a good look at that, and I hope that we can work together to make America the number one place to do research and to really make some
Gentleman's
progress on
time
this.
has expired. The gentleman's time
I
has
yield.
expired.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for hosting today's hearing, and also want to thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, for your testimony today. In your view, sir, should the federal government incentivize car and truck purchasers, including fleet operators, to purchase electric vehicles? And if so, how should they be incentivized?
Well, it's certainly a policy goal of the administration to encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. As you know, we've had some policies in that regard for some time, such as the tax credit, but the tax credit is limited based on how many vehicles are purchased from an individual automaker. And now would be a good time to look at what adjustments could be made. I will say that over time, I think eventually the pricing on the electric vehicles gets better and better to where it becomes a financial win regardless, because of the lower cost of maintenance and fuel. But in many categories of vehicle, we're not there yet. And I would say, at least speaking for myself in this department, we're very open to a number of different approaches that can help us meet that policy goal.
Thank you. Since 1982, highways have received approximately 80% of surface transportation funding, and transit has received approximately 20%. Do you and the administration believe we can meet our transportation needs, respond to the climate crisis, and connect all Americans to jobs and services by continuing the way we currently distribute federal funding for highways and transit, often referred to as the 80-20 split? And do you support revisiting the 80-20 split to ensure that funding goes to moving all Americans, especially our most vulnerable communities who rely on transit?
Well, what we know is that there's a lot of different dimensions to getting around for different people. And for some, that involves a privately owned vehicle. For some, that involves transit. And for many, it involves a combination of those things. But I believe by investing in transit-oriented development, and for that matter, rural main streets in the right balance, we can support people getting to where they need to be in any number of ways.
Well,
every time
can you look at the issue of the 80-20 split to determine whether or not it is still the best practice for America as we move forward?
I'd welcome an opportunity to take a look at that and work with you on that.
Thank you. The federal government has long maintained the position to not provide operating costs for transit agencies that often serve our most vulnerable communities. Do you support long-term federal operating support for transit agencies?
I do want to take a look at that. As you know, the COVID relief that Congress authorized did support those operating costs in a way that I think was welcomed by transit agencies across the country. But as you point out, that's not been customarily the way the federal government supports transit. And if all of the support is in the capital direction and not in the operating direction, sometimes that can actually create an incentive to take on equipment that then raises operating costs, and it can be a bit of a cycle that's a problem. So I do think that anytime there's a reauthorization or a revisiting of the congressional authorities, it's a good time to look at that.
Thank you. As the recent Amazon Headquarters 2 search highlighted, businesses want to be located in walkable, transit-connected communities. Last week, a coalition of local chambers of Congress wrote to this committee and made it clear that businesses want the federal transportation program to invest in projects that improve people's access to jobs and services, not increase vehicle speeds. Do you agree that safer, walkable, transit-friendly communities support economic growth and business creation? And as a former mayor, can you describe the economic impacts of investments in complete and safe streets?
Absolutely. In my own experience as mayor, we decided to upgrade what had been a two-way or a pair of one-way, basically highways that just blasted vehicles through the middle of our downtown. And what we found was that when we adjusted that, still supporting car travel, but not all about speed and making it just safer to walk or bicycle or be there, the business community responded, and we saw a lot of economic growth. So it's an important principle. I think employers and employees increasingly expect it, and it's got to be part of the picture as we think about our infrastructure for the future.
Okay,
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to return to Mr. Graves, and he'll have 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and hopefully he has better connectivity. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry about that. We just got internet in Louisiana, and I thought my cord was longer. Hey, Mr. Secretary, again, congratulations to you. Look forward to working with you. First question, I want to follow up on something Congressman Babin and Congressman Davis brought up related to different types of energy technologies. You've talked a good bit about electric charging stations. Why is it that the department would choose a technology as opposed to letting innovators innovate? As you know, charging stations would largely relegate our future cars to only electric technology, and at the same time, the generation of that electricity may be dirty, which may not actually advance our lower emission goals.
Well, it's a great point that the cleanliness of an electric car is only as good as the electricity going into it, and that's why we recognize this is not a one department at a time kind of issue, and we really need to partner with the Department of Energy to make sure that renewable energy is adopted, and we have a grid that can support electric charging stations. I guess in my view, there is a policy role here, though, in the same way that I think many in Congress believe, or at least historically have believed, that the U.S. ought to have a policy when it comes to access to fossil fuel energy and engagement in what's going on with oil and gas, that similarly the U.S. has a policy interest in the adoption of electric vehicles.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I just want to remind you the United States has reduced emissions in the energy sector more than the next 12 emissions reducing countries combined. And we've done that by being able to continue utilizing conventional fuels and using them in a cleaner manner. I think it would be a mistake to box out any type of fuels. And again, I think we need to be letting the innovators do what they do. And I'd urge you to consider that as you move forward. Second issue, I want to jump quickly into the aviation space. Obviously, with the proliferation of drones and unmanned systems, huge potential for the United States. We passed legislation that has a lot of requirements that helps to lay the groundwork for that technology, and I just urge you to keep that on the front burner. But a letter that Ranking Member Sam Graves and I sent to you recently regarding EASA and some comments that they made regarding effectively not complying with the bilateral agreement on aircraft certification. We had requested that you just engage EASA. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that at all, but effectively they were not giving, I guess, much integrity to the U.S. Certification process, despite the changes Chairman DeFazio, Chairman Larson, myself, and Ranking Member Graves recently made. It raised strong concerns that they'd operate outside that bilateral agreement. Again, just wanted to ask if you could please engage there.
Yes, we're in receipt of your letter. I saw the comments from EASA, and we're going to continue to take steps as appropriate to make sure that those agreements that are in place are upheld, because it's so important for the U.S. to be the unquestioned global leader in aviation safety.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate that. Last issue I had, we sent a letter last week, and I don't know if you've had a chance to review it or your team, related to the infra program. Many of us on this committee spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears putting the infra program together, and think it's really important. It's foundational to some of our major transportation projects across the United States. I personally worked with Chairman DeFazio and others to make sure that we had appropriate criteria, objectives, goals included in what infra was trying to advance. We included a number of things that I think was very important: efficiency of the transportation system, mobility, national energy security, resiliency, and others. I was disheartened when I read the press release coming from the Department of Transportation that indicated that climate change, racial equality, and environmental justice were the priorities. Those are not in the statute, yet the statutory objectives weren't mentioned. I just wanted to get your feedback and understanding. It almost seemed like there were folks that were trying to hijack the program from the statutory requirements, and just asking if you could comment on objectives there.
Sure. So in our view, what we're doing with infra is completely consistent with statute. Now, of course, the statute lays a framework, and then the department has added or elaborated or modified its own specific evaluation criteria consistent with those statutory requirements, as we have in every round of infra since the inception of the program. And I think one reason why it's important to have climate in there is because of the statutory mention of resilience in the environment. So we really are trying to track that, but of course doing it in a way that that is also consistent with the policy goals of the administration and just puts a little bit of specificity on the bones of what's there in the statutory language.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to re-invite you to Louisiana and yield back off the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, for coming before our committee today. As a fellow Hoosier, I'm very pleased and we're very proud to have you leading the Department of Transportation. I'm looking forward to working with you. As you know, Mr. Secretary, I represent Beech Grove, Indiana, which includes the largest passenger rail maintenance facility in the country. The work being done at this facility is very critical to the safe and efficient operation of our rail system. I continue to be concerned, Mr. Secretary, about plans from the previous administration to cut back or outsource the operations and personnel at maintenance facilities. I hope your plans, and I know your plans will be to move in a different direction, one that will strengthen our ability to maintain and improve passenger rail service and the maintenance needed to keep our fleets running safely and smoothly. What are your thoughts, Mr. Secretary, and plans for rail maintenance facilities, particularly addressing the possibility of outsourcing this work?
Well, thanks for your advocacy for rail broadly and for these maintenance facilities and workers specifically. Again, let me begin with the basic commitment of the Biden-Harris administration, something so important to the president, which is that every step we take in our transportation policy is about creating and sustaining good-paying American jobs. And we know that a lot of those good-paying American jobs are those that you're speaking about, and right there in the Hoosier State in maintenance. And any policies that continue to develop have to be consistent with that. We'll look in more detail at the outlook as a new administration comes in and assesses the plans that have been made on the rail front. But my hope, as we are potentially at the doorstep of a next great rail revolution, would be that this will only increase the opportunity that exists for great paying American and union jobs when it comes to maintenance and the whole of the enterprise when it comes to rail and U.S. transportation more broadly.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. We go next to Mr. Katko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again. As you know, we met in the White House in the Oval Office. We spoke about an hour and a half in that meeting with the president and several Republicans and Democrats, and I know you got the message then about the need for bipartisanship, and that's been a hallmark of this committee. And lately, I think we've kind of veered a little bit away from that. And I know Chairman DeFazio very much wants to have a bipartisan infrastructure package. I know Ranking Member Graves does. I think all of us do. And so it really is going to have to come from the top down. And I really hope that you can make sure and impress upon the president, as I tried to do, and others, that we send a message that we really want a bipartisan bill. We can get something done in a bipartisan manner if the direction from the White House and from you indicates that's your desire. So I hope you do that. And I got to tell you, I just came back from a motorcycle ride, my first one of the season, and I can reaffirm for you the obvious, that our roads and bridges in this country suck, and they need a lot of work. And we can't do it in a partisan manner because it's too big an issue for us to get done. And I hope very much that not only is it a bipartisan on infrastructure, but bipartisan on highway bill in particular is very, very important for my district. So as we discussed, there's a real desire to have this bipartisanship. And in Central New York, comprehensive infrastructure reform would mean dependable federal support for in-demand projects like the Interstate 81 rebuild, which I mentioned to you in our previous meeting. It means increased investments into modernize our clean water and wastewater systems. And it means applying the lessons of the pandemic to expand broadband connectivity and to ensure all families have access to essential services in the 21st century. These are all goals we can accomplish together. And the key word there is together. And there's one principle for this discussion that I know many of my colleagues on this panel would agree. So how we get there matters. Bipartisan involvement through this process is not only essential to enacting legislation that receives support from both sides of the aisle, but to passing an infrastructure bill that reflects the needs of every American community. With that in mind, I will say that the infrastructure working group from the Problem Solvers Caucus, and if you recall at our meeting previously, Mr. Secretary, I gave you a copy of our Problem Solver Caucus outline from 2018, and we're in process of updating it now, and we should be able to get that to you shortly. I commend that to you, and I'm proud to work with my coach on that, Dr. Lamb, to engage administration on these important issues. Excuse me, could you hold my time for a minute, please? Could someone please mute the microphone? I would appreciate it, and I ask you to get back some of my time. Thank you.
You may continue. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope we can continue working together on a truly bipartisan infrastructure package in the months ahead, and I look forward to hearing from you on some of those today. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the 81 rebuild in my district is truly a monumental project, which will impact the city of Syracuse and the surrounding areas for generations to come. It's literally a multi-billion-dollar project. And since your confirmation, I know that your office has already heard from myself and other local elected officials about the importance of 81 and of ensuring all voices are heard on this project. It's not just a city project, it's a regional project. And with this in mind, would you be able to speak to your familiarity with the project, Mr. Secretary, and advise on the status of its consideration by the Federal Highway Administration?
So thank you for raising that, and you're right. I've got a stack of letters on this, and have heard from you and others about how important the project is. I'll have to get back with federal.
Syracuse.
Well, it's a community that reminds me a lot of home, and I recognize the issues that have led to the urgency of having infrastructure improvements there. To your earlier remark, there's mayors are fond of pointing out how there's no such thing as a Democrat or Republican pothole, and I think when it comes to our roads and a lot of other things, it's a shared bipartisan priority. So I'd ask you to bear with me while I get with Federal Highway and find out any kind of procedural matters that would help to speak to where that is in terms of its progress, but certainly have heard loud and clear its importance to the communities you represent.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'll reiterate our request to have you come up and see it for yourself. I think this would be a good test project for you to see how to be innovative and use American ingenuity to fix a longstanding problem in Central New York. And I'll sweeten the pot by saying my sister and brother-in-law have the best Irish pub in Syracuse, and I'll buy you a beer if you come up. How's that?
Sounds good.
Also, as you know, Mr. Secretary, the infrastructure report card issued by the Society of Civil Engineers earlier this month gave the U.S. a C- on a clean water infrastructure. The report card projects that the annual investment gap for drinking water and wastewater systems will grow to $434 billion by 2029. Do you expect the need for expanded investments to be reflected in the administration's budget requests this year? And to what extent has the administration evaluated the deployment of smart water technology to modernize these systems?
So no topic could be closer to my former mayoral heart than smart water technology. I do want to note that while the committee's mandate is transportation and infrastructure, I'd be a little outside of my lane if I speak to the water and wastewater dimension before the White House does. But I know that it's an active topic of conversation, and I really want to embrace your raising this issue, because sometimes what's underground is not considered as sexy as the trains, planes, and automobiles that you can see, but it's unquestionably an important part of infrastructure.
The gentleman's time
All right,
has,
thank you. And I'll just note when,
the gentleman's
thank you very
time
much.
has
I'll yield back.
expired. We go now to Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus.
I'm coming. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the committee, and I hope that soon I'll be able to host you again here in Las Vegas. We enjoy having you here. You know, Southern Nevada has a lot going on right now. There are many exciting and innovative transportation projects already underway. We've got the People Mover project that's under the new convention center in partnership with the Boring Company. We are testing the first autonomous vehicle without a safety driver. And we've also got a digital curbside traffic management system that's being piloted in downtown Las Vegas. But there's still a lot to do, and most of that has to do with the regional connections. We need to be connected to our neighbors in Arizona and in California. And a couple of things that are on the horizon are addressing the real congestion issues between here and California. And we're looking at two ways to do that. One is by improving I-15 from here to there. That is just like a parking lot on weekends with people traveling back and forth to Las Vegas from that area. And the other is supporting the build out of the Brightline West. And this, I'm sure, as you know, is a privately owned and operated high-speed train that's all electric. And we want to see that sort of thing developed here in the Southwest, not just in the Northeast or in Florida. In addition to that, we hope to develop the Interstate 11 between Las Vegas and Phoenix. We are the only two metropolitan areas in the country that aren't connected by interstate. So I wonder if you would comment on regional projects. I know you received a letter from Arizona Representative Stanton and me about getting some funding to complete the EIS for that I-11 project. But would you talk about the administration's position on not just local, but projects of regional significance, and including specifically those that I mentioned?
Did the gentleman hear the question?
Yes, and thank you for, first of all, elevating the importance of the regional approach. I think it's something that really needs to be recognized in terms of, a framework that has sometimes pitted neighboring states against each other, or neighboring communities against each other. And what I've seen in, certainly in our own experience in Indiana, but also as we're contemplating the future transportations, you can't do these things one community at a time. So it certainly got our attention in a favorable way to see how Arizona and Nevada legislators are speaking with one voice on the importance of many of the projects like those you just mentioned. In visiting Las Vegas, I've often been struck by how it's like a glimpse of the future. That's true demographically, but it is sometimes also true technologically in ways like what you described. But as for the need for that interstate extension, again, I've heard that loud and clear, and it's the kind of project that is a reminder of what might be possible if we were investing more as a country in making sure we had the infrastructure assets needed, as well as taking care what we've already got. And I would just urge us to continue to find ways to be smart in assigning resources to those needs, recognizing when the expansion or introduction of a highway really would relieve congestion, and other cases and places where it's really about mode shifting and giving people alternatives to highways that will have the biggest effect, and welcome the chance to continue working with that on what's going to be right for Nevada, for the constituents you represent and for the Southwest as a region.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm glad to hear that. Before I go, I'd just like to draw one other thing to your attention, and we've heard about safety for all users. If you look at the statistics, you see that children in underserved communities face a lot of disparity in terms of their safety, in terms of the number of children who are killed in accidents without seatbelts, killed as pedestrians. I've got a bill that's called Enhancing Child Passenger Safety in Underserved Communities. Have I lost you? Well, it's Enhancing Child Passenger Safety in Underserved Communities. So I hope the department will work with me to include that in an infrastructure bill, because we need to be sure that all users, including in those minority communities, and especially children, are protected. And I'll yield back if you just put that on your calendar, on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady for her questions. We move now to Mr. Rouser.
Madam Chair, Mr. Rouser's already.
I'm sorry, to Mr. Baust.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, I hope we've got conductivity so we can understand and get some answers. I know there's a little bit of problem going on there, but I want to thank you for being here today. You know, I've been working across trying to address a problem of shortage for truck parking in Congress by leading the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. This is a bipartisan bill that will dedicate existing federal funding to use exclusively for building out truck parking capacities. And what I'd like to know is how familiar are you with the truck parking shortage crisis across the country, and specifically the safety hazards that come along with it, as well as the problems that it causes, and how do you plan to work with the states and stakeholders to actually solve the problem? Because DOT and the states have studied this problem more than enough. They know it's a real problem. And it's past time that the DOT prioritizes this issue and addresses it.
Are you there, Mr. Secretary? Have we lost the secretary? What? I think he's having internet issues. We're having internet issues. We'll pause.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Secretary, did you hear the question? We'll take a 5-minute recess to try to get the secretary back.
We are actually hearing you. We're in recess right now, waiting on you to come back. So we'll wait on the chair, I think.
Sounds like we're good now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Secretary, we took.
All right, I think we're.
Secretary, I believe, Secretary, this is Representative Carbajal. I believe the chairwoman took a 5-minute recess, so she might have, unless she's still there.
Oh, yes. Nice to see you. I know we lost your last minute,
Yeah.
Congressman.
Mr. Bost, I don't know
Yeah.
if your question was heard by the secretary.
It was, are we ready to resume?
Yes, we can
Madam
resume
Chair?
now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you got the question or not, but I just need to know how familiar you are with the parking shortage crisis across the country, and specifically the safety hazards and shortage that the shortage causes, and how you plan to work with the states and other stakeholders to solve the problem. You know, DOT's had to study this a long time, but it's time to quit studying it because they came up with that same fact we all know. We're short on parking spots.
So I certainly recognize the concern, and I hope to get more familiar with it in short order. There are certainly tools that could be used, whether we're talking about the efficiency of how trucks are routed or whether we're talking about the uses of right-of-way. And I will do what I can to make sure I have a more informed response on that by the next time we speak.
I would love to have a time to sit and talk to you about it. I actually myself am one of the few members of Congress that actually grew up in a trucking family. My grandfather started a trucking business in 1933. I've been working with many of the stakeholders are involved and the dangers of the fact of the amount of drivers that we're losing on the road and everything because of the safety concerns, not only to the drivers of the trucks, but also four-wheel vehicles that when there's not enough parking spots, actually running underneath trucks and things like that occur. So, but I want to switch topics just right quick if I can. You know, according to a report in the 2017 Reuters story, the worst traffic jam in America that occurred in 2017 wasn't on a highway. It was along the inland waterways, not our highway system at all. So imagine a 50-mile backup of barges on Ohio River and $22 billion worth of U.S. grain and other products each year that are being held up. In my district, the projects I hear most about from the ag industry is the navigation ecosystem sustainability program, or NESPA, which would lead to 7 new 1,200-foot locks and dams on the upper Mississippi River and the Illinois waterways. Where does the modernization of U.S. locks and dams fit into President Biden's infrastructure strategy?
Can you hear him, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I apologize. It skipped for a moment, but I believe I understood the question to be about where the modernization of waterway infrastructure fits in the president's agenda. And I appreciate you raising this. It doesn't get as much attention, but it's incredibly important to the economic competitiveness of this country and to the flow of goods in so many regions. So there's no question that this needs to be part of the overall vision. I'm respectful of the different jurisdictional boundaries that are at play, but in my simplistic understanding of surface transportation, water is certainly a surface, and we need to be thinking about it.
Many of the things are outdated, and the clog and bottleneck that occurs just north of my district. I have a unique situation. I have 3 navigable waterways in my district: the Mississippi, Ohio, and the Kaskaskia River, and the concerns that it has for agriculture. So the way we can work with you on that, we'd be glad to do that. I had 2 other questions which have already been asked and or you've responded to. With that, Madam Chair, I will yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Huffman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Secretary Buttigieg, congratulations. Welcome to our committee, and thanks for your leadership. I agree with you that now is the time. This is the best opportunity we're going to see in our lifetimes to do something big and transformative, and to do double duty by tackling our climate crisis as we tackle our infrastructure needs. So I'm coming to you from the north coast of California, where, again, you have a standing invitation to visit. In addition to showing you one of the most beautiful places in the world, I would love to show you a lot of aging and failing infrastructure, including highways, roads, and bridges. We are also on the front line of climate change, not just the catastrophic wildfires that have swept our state, but a host of other climate impacts, from severe droughts to flooding, rising sea levels, and changing ocean conditions. We are acutely aware that just building back infrastructure to the standards and expectations we had decades ago is not going to cut it. We've got to build back better with an eye toward climate impacts. And so I'd like to ask you about two specific programs that can help us do that. First is in the reauthorization this committee passed last year, we created a new pre-disaster mitigation program. This would relocate or replace transportation infrastructure projects that are repeatedly failing. It is common sense, I believe, that if you're endlessly fixing a section of highway that keeps failing, you shouldn't use expensive Band-Aids forever. You should find a permanent fix. And the poster child for this problem is on a rugged stretch of coastline in my district just south of Crescent City, where Highway 101 clings sometimes to a very steep, crumbling cliff high above the ocean. It's known as last chance grade. And because the hillside is constantly sliding, the road is often closed for weeks or months at a time while Caltrans figures out another way to temporarily keep it from falling into the ocean. This is our main north-south transportation corridor. So every time it closes, it disrupts the entire region. And we know that a massive failure that would cost the region $130 million annually, in addition to whatever lives would be lost, is just a matter of time. So we're trying to get ahead of this by convening a comprehensive stakeholder group and identifying the most viable, cost-effective ways to reroute this stretch of highway. We are going to do that, but this is a remote, rural, economically challenged area. We're going to need a significant federal investment to get it done. So Secretary Buttigieg, can you discuss what the administration wants to do for projects like Last Chance Grade, where critical infrastructure keeps failing and really needs to be rerouted and replaced? Do you agree we need a dedicated program like what we passed out of the House last year?
Thanks for raising this. I agree that it's very important for us to make sure, however we do it structurally or programmatically, and you've laid out a great template for a way to do it, that we recognize that the conditions are shifting. Sometimes literally the ground is shifting beneath the infrastructure that we are contemplating. And sometimes the right answer will change, if not within the lifetime of the authorization, certainly within the lifetime of the project. Shame on us if we're building roads or bridges or anything else that's expected to last into the 2070s without thinking about how that's going to look different than the 1970s. And I think that forward-looking approach to resiliency needs to be woven into every part of the way we approach our infrastructure spending.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So we've talked a lot about resiliency. I've described the climate impacts we're feeling in California. There's another federal program that really helps disaster impacted communities repair roads, get back on their feet. It's the Emergency Relief or ER program. And disasters often devastate entire regions, which can cause material and workforce shortages. That makes it hard to meet the program's 2-year timeline for beginning construction. The last administration was completely unsympathetic to this problem. They rejected a number of extension requests in my district and elsewhere. This jeopardizes tens of millions of dollars in construction projects that we need to repair roads and get back on our feet. And this committee took action to fix it last year. We favorably reported changes to the ER program. Every single Democrat in California supported. We're going to keep tackling this. But as we try to pass this legislation, you're in position to assure disaster impacted communities that reasonable requests for extension will be considered, unlike what we got from the last administration. Will you provide us that assurance?
I will make sure that there's every reasonable consideration of those conditions. I understand the impatience, of course, that's encoded into our programs to make sure that they get done, but it can't be one size fits all, especially for disaster impacted communities like those you're describing.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. It's nice to see you here in the first hearing, and welcome to your new position.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Oh,
I can. I appreciate the kind word.
No, you betcha. I saw the notice of funding availability in NOFA for the recent infra grant round that one of the considerations your department will use in evaluating applications is whether a project creates or will lead to union jobs. Now, we've got our great chairwoman, Eddie Bernice Johnson, listening in. So I'm grateful she's here, and I hope Brian Babin's here as well as perhaps Sheriff Nails. An interesting factoid, the Texas Department of Transportation told me when I was in the Texas House before I got demoted to Congress, was that Texas has so many roads and so many right-of-ways. When they mow all of those right-of-ways, they've actually just got through mowing the entire state of Rhode Island. So needless to say, we have a lot of roads and right-of-ways in Texas. It's very important to us. But irrespective of the leading to union jobs and whatever political considerations might be involved in that kind of a decision-making process, doesn't it strike you that that actually creates an immediate disadvantage for applicants like Texas in a right-to-work state? And before you answer, I want to add that Congress created and funds these grants. And yet, if this administrative decision is made, I don't think it's going to be in line with the stated purpose of those programs. So I guess, A, are you aware of what I'm talking about? B, and are you willing to reconsider your decision to include this disqualifying factor in awarding other grants? Because it's going to have negative consequences on a lot of other states, probably notably the biggest one, of course, being our beloved Texas.
So I'd want to make sure I understand exactly what conditions this would be regarded as disqualifying under. I will say, of course, the administration has a commitment to making sure we create as many good paying jobs as possible. And there's an expectation for us to promote union jobs and jobs that pay prevailing wages. I don't believe that that is a cutoff type of requirement. As you know, there are a lot of overlapping goals that are reflected in infra, as we have in all of our discretionary grants. And I believe the cutoff date for those grants was the 19th of March. So we're really looking forward to seeing what different communities have come up with. And I imagine some from around your neighborhood will be among them.
Well, we certainly hope so. Thank you for that. And then secondly, I'm on of course, the T&I committee. There's a lot of pipelines in our area. Texas, as you might guess, we would surmise, we would make the claim that Texas is the energy leading state in the country. And so it's very, very important to us. In 2020, this committee worked in a bipartisan manner with the Senate to pass Pipeline Safety Reauthorization, the PIPES Act, for the Pipelines and Hazardous Material Safety Administration, which we call PHMSA. Can you please provide an update to our committee here today on the department's plan to implement that legislation? Are you familiar with it? Have you all discussed that?
Yes, I appreciate the question. So we know that since the PIPES Act has passed, it contains, of course, a lot of expectations directing us and PHMSA to prepare to respond in terms of the rulemaking. So there's right now a focus on making sure we have the capacity. There's staffing up going on, including the first agency-wide NEPA expert and new regulatory attorneys to make sure we can support that. And we know that there are a lot of rules that have been pending for some time that need to be finalized. So we need to make sure that those are getting over the finish line too. So I'm aware of the legislative expectations, and we'll be doing everything we can with PHMSA leadership to make sure we're meeting congressional intent.
Well, thank you on that. Finally, the U.S. has emerged as a key player in LNG marketplace. Texas, of course, is a big one. Louisiana, right next door to us, a big one. A lot of it goes out of the Sabine Neches Navigation, or Sabine Neches Waterway, which is managed by the Sabine Neches Navigation District. The bipartisan pipeline safety legislation passed last year required PHMSA to update regulations to enhance LNG safety and establish an LNG center of excellence. Are you able, number one, do you know about that? And can you commit to us today that PHMSA will meaningfully engage in those mandates and complete them in a timely fashion?
We'll certainly seek to complete every mandate in a timely fashion. With regard to the Center of Excellence, I'd ask you to allow me to consult with PHMSA leadership to get a progress report on that, and we'll try to get you an update.
Fair enough, Mr. Secretary. Again, welcome. I yield back.
Thank you.
Ms. Brownlee, I recognize Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here, and we're very, very excited about your leadership in the transportation sector. And also thank you for your commitment to addressing the climate impacts of our transportation system. To help achieve our carbon reduction goals, I introduced the Green Bus Act, which would set a national goal for the zero emission bus transition, similar to California's goal, which requires that beginning in 2029, all new buses that are purchased using federal funds be zero emission buses. So I want to ask, do you believe the next surface transportation bill should set a national zero emission bus transition goal?
Well, thank you for that. The more we get people alternatives for getting around, the more we got to consider how all of them can be zero emissions. Obviously, for privately owned vehicles, there's a lot going on around electrifying those. But as we create more transit opportunities, as you're saying, it's really important to make sure that those buses and other transit assets are low or no emissions as well. I'd want to look a little more at the consequences and implications of the timeline you're describing, but certainly believe that this is the time for us to have ambitious goals in how every mode gets to zero carbon, and transit's got to be a big part of that story.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. And also thank you for mentioning sustainable aviation in your opening remarks. I want to make you aware that I introduced the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Act legislation to help spur large-scale production of sustainable aviation fuel, which I believe is crucial to the aviation industry's efforts to decarbonize. DOT has led sustainable aviation fuel R&D efforts through the Ascent Center of Excellence, the CLEAN program, the Volt Center, and sponsorship of the Commercial Aviation Alternative Fuels Initiative, resulting in 7 approved pathways for SAF production and more in the pipeline. Now that SAF is ready for widespread commercialization because of DOT's efforts, what policies can DOT put in place to assist with deployment, help scale the SAF industry, and ensure that we can decarbonize the aviation sector, given that SAF is widely considered to be the most significant near-term means of reducing emissions in the aviation sector?
Well, I agree with you that SAF is the most significant near-term means available to us. It's not like surface transportation where electrification is already in line for widespread adoption. And I think the key word is the word that you used, which is scale. We know that in order for this to truly be economical for carriers and ultimately for passengers, we would have to be at a more advanced scale than we are right now. I'm trying to assess how much of that can be achieved through further developments in the research space versus what we can do in terms of market-making investments that might be supportive of getting closer to that critical mass that would allow SAFs to really mature as a market. And then eventually, we would hope, be in a position where they could be adopted without any policy thumb on the scale. But we know that that's a long way off. So we're open about different approaches to get it done, and agree with you that there's no time like the present for America to be leading in that regard.
Well, I hope you'll take a look at my bill. Bill certainly addresses research and development, but also ways in which we can begin to scale now versus 10 years from now. So I hope you take a look at it, and I would love to work with you on this specific area. So last, in my few minute that I have left, I'm sure you're aware of the Department of Energy's program to promote American manufacturing of zero emission vehicles. It's the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Program. It's designed for light duty vehicles. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and I have a bill to include medium and heavy duty trucks to this. And so I'm curious to know if you've engaged with Secretary Granholm to discuss how DOT and DOE can collaborate on transportation and energy issues like ATVM.
Yes, I've had some great conversations with Secretary Granholm because we, I think, mutually recognize that our goals rely on what the other is doing. Certainly from a grid perspective, we're going to need enhancements to the grid for any kind of EV adoption to be as widespread as we hope, whether it's on the medium and heavy duty side or on the light duty side. We also know that an electric vehicle is only as clean as the power that goes into it. And that's another reason why we need to be collaborating. So we'll welcome further opportunities to think about that and work on it in an integrated way, and are very responsive to your push to make sure that we're contemplating not just privately owned vehicles, but the future of those heavy duty vehicles as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I yield back.
Mr. Lamalfa, you are recognized. Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Mr. Secretary, on your new role here. A lot of excitement, I'm sure, for that. And so just have a couple of thoughts I want to get with you here on some of my colleagues touched earlier on the export containers and the crisis we have right now in this country with so we are going back to other places. But the commissioners are check. I know kind of the fix that situation, because we have a lot of products that we want to be an exporter as well as a country. And here in California, where we have a really strong agricultural industry, it's important we have an opportunity to export these crops, and it has to be very timely as well. We have a lot of electronics and other hard goods that we need to export, but they don't quite maybe have the time urgency as a crop. You pick a blueberry, you got a window of time to get it to market. So what kind of urgency can you place on resolving this issue of not just having, because they seem to be able to make more money by a container coming from China, offloading and immediately going back than the amount of time it takes to fill with American made and grown products.
Right. This is a concern, and one that I think has reached a new level of urgency given some of the backups that we've seen, especially in the Northwest, but really impacting the whole U.S. economy. I know that there aren't easy fixes, but we need to be sure that we're doing everything we can on our side to be supportive. So I'll be consulting with the Maritime Administration to look at ways we can address certainly the backups that we're seeing at the ports, as well as I think looking at the broader supply chain concern. I know this is a priority for the president, and the more we can have a supply chain that's resilient to these kinds of things that are happening, supply shocks, shortages, and so forth, the stronger I think we will be overall in weathering any of those kinds of temporary economic conditions that seem to be getting in the way.
Culture for that. So in order for, if this comes about, to have it somehow be equitable, do you anticipate that the reasons for this are to ensnare the electric vehicles that currently aren't paying, or is this a net revenue increase for government by adding this to the other taxes that already exist? Do we see that, or
I'm afraid on my side and your question chopped up. Do I understand correctly? You're asking about the revenue effects of a vehicle miles traveled fee?
Yeah, it's we have a very rural district with a lot of miles traveled in order to get to our resource-based jobs, and so the bottom line is this is going to hit our rural, depressed economy areas pretty hard for just regular people. So will the vehicle mileage tax, in your view, replace gas tax and other things, or will it be an additional tax that is going to increase the burden on whether it's truckers or small business or families or whatever? How do we envision that replacing it? I know that part of the idea is to make electric vehicle pay, but in my view, it seems like a lot new order to have your
I understand. Yes, the intention is not to pile one fee on top of another. Rather, I think what's really driving this is just the awareness that as vehicles become more fuel efficient or move off of gasoline entirely, we need to make sure that if we're on a user fee system, that they're somehow paying in. The gas tax was the simplest way to have a user fee because we used to know for a fact that the more you drove, the more gas you'd use. And now, obviously, it's not that simple. But I'm very attuned to the concerns you're raising about equity and about the burden that could be placed on rural communities. I think that's really a question of policy design, and there are a lot of ways we could structure it or think about setting it up, whether it's a rebate mechanism or some kind of phase-in or something else to make sure that it's not disproportionately hurting those who are already hard hit.
In going to GPS buddy and track how many miles are going into a database like that, or do people have the option? Do you anticipate to just write it down and send it in, or something that you punch in at the gas pump? Even that, I think a lot of people really are concerned about their privacy of where they go and what they do, and not have to be tracked for all that. What do you think about that aspect?
I recognize that concern, and I think that's one of the things we've got to work through. It's one thing to have an electronic logging device for a commercial trucking company. It's another for a private citizen to be assessed based on how much they drive. So some concepts are more odometer based, some are more GPS based, but whatever we come up with, if we're going to move in this direction, has to be sensitive to those privacy concerns.
Recognize now Ms. Wilson of Florida. Is Ms. Wilson available? Then I will move on to Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Buttigieg, it's good to see you again, and appreciated the call we had earlier this week. And, as chairman of the subcommittee on railroads, pipelines, and hazardous materials, I've vested interest in resolving the tremendous backlog of rail infrastructure projects. Chief among them is the Gateway Program, and I know you're going to hear this several times from members on this committee. It's becoming a matter of redundancy, and so hopefully we can get your support on this. And I look forward to touring the current tunnel with you soon to show you the needs to critically be replaced. Can I get an assurance that you will move expeditiously to resolve all outstanding delays in getting the tunnel built?
Certainly. We know that it's of such importance to the region and really to the whole country because of how much economic activity passes through those tunnels. So I can update you a little bit more than I was able to say before by adding that FRA is working with all of the federal and state agencies who are involved in those regulatory pieces that are at stake and have been meeting over the last few weeks with the principals from all of the relevant project partner agencies so that we can make sure those environmental processes are being met promptly. And also on the other side, the funding side, making sure that everything that's needed by way of the SIG program is also being met.
Great. And that segues me into my next question. Unlike we discussed this earlier this week too, unlike other transportation sectors, rail does not have a dedicated and reliable stream of funding that's left, major critically necessary infrastructure projects relying on annual appropriations process to find out if they'll get any funding. What would be the benefits of a dedicated funding source for major rail projects?
Well, as you point out, we have a dedicated highway trust fund. We have a trust fund for supporting our airports, but we don't have that on the rail side. And if we had the kind of dedicated and predictable funding source that you're describing, I believe it would make a big difference to the ability to plan and make responsible and strategic infrastructure decisions when it comes to the future of rail. Going to that kind of year-by-year process really subjects rail to the varying winds of what's going on in Washington, when by its very nature, we're talking about very long-term planning, and a dedicated and sustainable and predictable funding source could make a very big difference in that regard.
Thank you. See, and it was mentioned, one of my priorities is ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at contracting work on these projects and a level playing field. This includes DBEs who have suffered historic systematic discrimination. I was shocked to hear that the Federal Railroad Administration does not have a DBE program, yet the other modal administrations do. I understand that equity is a top priority of yours. Why is it important to you and the president to have these DBEs involved in these projects?
Well, it's important as a matter of fairness, and it's important as a matter of economic strength. And it's important when we consider that sometimes U.S. transportation policy in the past has frankly actively harmed racial and economic justice in this country. When we're spending taxpayer dollars, we got to make sure those dollars go to workers and companies that reflect the American people, all of the American people. And that's why supporting DBEs is so important. So we're going to be working, as you said, with this as a major priority during my time here. And structurally, that may include, will certainly include reinforcing the DBE program as a department as a whole, and may also mean doing more specifically within the modes to make sure that they're able to meet that priority.
Well, hopefully we can get a commitment that DBE programs at the FRA will uphold the principles when one is created, and I will yield back. Thank you.
I didn't know if the secretary had an answer to that question about the Federal Railroad Administration.
Well, let me just reiterate my commitment. We will absolutely make sure that FRA investments, as with investments across DOT, are robust in being directed as much as we can beef up in a way that's equitable. And let me just make one other very brief point on this. I also think we have a responsibility as a department and as a government to build up the capacity of DBEs to begin with. We know there are DBEs who are there but aren't certified. We know there are some that are in formation but have been disadvantaged from even being able to get there in the first place. And I do not regard it as an acceptable excuse for underutilization to be able to say the businesses weren't there in the first place, because that simply begs the question of why. And we ought to make sure there are more businesses up and running to begin with.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I asked the questions about a question about DBEs as well. So
Yes.
it can't understand why any department would be left out of the DBE requirement. Mr. Westerman, you are recognized. Mr. Mast, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us. I wonder if as a part of infrastructure, we can get broadband. I don't know if you heard you.
As if to prove the point, I'm having a little trouble hearing you, but yeah, it's a reminder of how far we've got to go.
We'll try to work our way through it. Listen, I've enjoyed hearing the testimony. You've made it very clear that environmental justice is a top priority for the infrastructure package. You've spoke about it in terms of climate change and rising oceans, and you just testified to Mr. Bost just a few minutes ago that waterway infrastructure does fit into the president's agenda. And I was glad to hear you speak about that as well. I wanted to ask a little bit more specifically on that. Would you say that improving water quality is a component of achieving the administration's environmental justice goals?
Certainly. If you can't take for granted that you can get a glass of clean, safe drinking water out of a tap when you're starting your day, that your family is going to be safe, then that wrecks so many other things in your life. And so we've got to make sure everyone can count on superior water quality.
Absolutely. And we've seen issues in Flint and other places, not just in terms of drinking water, but also water that goes into the communities and homes, the backyards, the canals, the estuaries and other places. Would you say that will be a critical component to achieving the administration's environmental justice goals?
Certainly.
Very good. Just glad to hear it as simply as it could be said. Do you also agree that water quality infrastructure, maybe as it relates to, say, Everglades infrastructure, that could be an example, should be a feature in the administration's infrastructure package?
Certainly, all areas of the country need to be served well. I want to take care that I might be wandering out of my lane a little bit, knowing that a lot of the waterways or a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers matter, but certainly the administration as a whole cares a lot about this. And to the extent this does touch on Department of Transportation equities, we're eager to support that.
Yes, I don't appreciate that. It has to help you view the lane. So, you're. So in that, I do appreciate your candidness with my questions. Just my question, and this is opinion, and it's I understand that it's not exactly your lane, but it's important for somebody at your level in the administration, and to just ask that the federal government has a right to poison its citizens.
Could I ask you to say that one more time? I'm sorry, it broke up again.
Absolutely. I was to follow on with this in the same line of questioning. Do you believe that the federal government has any right whatsoever to poison its citizens?
Of course not.
Thank you for your testimony. And Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I next call on Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Lowenthal, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, for joining us. You've been wonderful and honest and open about your answers. And I thank you for laying out an ambitious agenda that supports critical national priorities, such as an integrated multimodal freight network to support our economy, the bold action that you've laid out on climate change, and critical investments in transit. For me, what I'd like to emphasize more is the critical importance of heavy-duty vehicle electrification. Medium and heavy-duty trucks are responsible for 1/4 of the U.S. transportation emissions. Globally, heavy vehicle emissions, unfortunately, are rising. And eliminating these emissions is possible, which will be transformative for communities like mine. I represent the Port of Long Beach, a wonderful port complex, part of the LA Long Beach complexes, but all around the ports in my district, they are frontline communities where diesel pollution is still, even though the ports have done an amazing job of trying to reducing it, are still an enduring challenge. And where the costs of climate change are extremely high. But what I've heard and talking to the people and in the ports and others in the transportation industry, transforming these vehicle fleets and building out the necessary infrastructure is going to take time, it's going to take effort, and it's going to take federal support. Although, as we all know, efficient freight movement is absolutely critical, but it does present unique technical problems. So, for example, the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles have estimated that it will cost $14 billion to accomplish their Clean Air Action Plan goals, which they are very proud of, to move to zero-emission cargo handling equipment by 2030 and zero-emission harbor trucks. Mr. Secretary, I know you've answered this in part, but I'd like to hear again what you see as the administration's priorities in deploying zero-emission freight and how we move to zero-emission freight.
Thank you for raising this. The decarbonization of freight is no less important than the decarbonization of passenger travel. And as you point out, it's especially relevant in a port perspective. So when we're talking about maritime emissions, a lot of times we're thinking about the ships, and of course we want to see improvements in the emissions of ships, but so much of it is in trucks and the other vehicles and infrastructure that are around those ships as they come into port. And that can have tremendous implications for environmental justice and for the well-being of communities. So from a particulate matter pollution perspective, as well, of course, as a carbon and climate perspective, we've got to make sure that we're pursuing all of the above. That includes mode shifting. So when possible, to make sure that each piece of cargo is on the most emissions responsible mode that it can be, that's appropriate to that particular piece of cargo and where it's headed, across water, rail, roadway, et cetera. And it's also about making sure that that each of those has the right kind of technology. Certainly take the point again that no matter how good we get and making sure that the cars that you or I might drive in are electrified, we got to be pursuing similar goals when it comes to those heavy duty vehicles in order to truly be responsible, in order to meet the goal of a net zero economy by 2050.
I'd like to ask another question. Do you see hydrogen fuel cell technology as promising here with heavy duty trucks? It seems that these technologies are important if we want to resolve concerns about range and charging time. But there are technical hurdles, such as the kind we have not talked about it in terms of infrastructure. Charging stations we have. We don't spend a lot of time dealing with hydrogen. So it is complicated. And so I'm just wondering what role you see for hydrogen in terms of heavy duty trucks.
Well, I view it as promising, and as you know, the small amount of hydrogen fueling capability we have in the U.S., much of it is in California, and I think we need to follow those developments, and we should encourage an all of the above strategy in terms of moving towards zero emission technology, because we never know where the breakthroughs might lie. We're driven most of all by the outcome more than the inputs, but we recognize that there's a federal role in terms of research and in terms of policy support for these promising technologies to develop in the first place.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Balderson is recognized. Mr. Balderson.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
You are recognized, sir.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Just pulling up my question here. And Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on your appointment, and look forward to working with you as a fellow Midwesterner moving forward. So my first question, Mr. Secretary, is first, I'd like to congratulate you. And my district includes portions of Columbus, Ohio, which was by far the fastest growing city in the Midwest over the past decade, as well as suburban neighborhoods and farming and rural communities. Each of these communities in my district have their own distinct transportation challenges. In my district, private partnerships have played a crucial role in improving the region's infrastructure and preparing Central Ohio for the future. In 2016, Columbus was awarded funding as the winner of the U.S. Department of Transportation Smart City Challenge. Through partnerships with the business community and stakeholders such as the Ohio Department of Transportation, the Transportation Research Center, Ohio State University, the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission, and the Central Ohio Transit Authority, and more, that initial funding from the department has grown into a $500 million effort to improve the region's transportation services. We call this partnership between private industries and the business community the Columbus Way, and I believe it can serve as a model for the rest of the nation. Mr. Secretary, what role do you see the public-private partnerships playing in rebuilding America's infrastructure, and what will the Department of Transportation do to ensure rural America, who might not have these same opportunities to bring in private capital, aren't left behind?
Well, thank you for that question. And having been a mayor at the time, I'll tell you that many cities across America looked with admiration as well as maybe a little envy at Columbus's success in that Smart Cities Challenge. And really part of what led to that success was, of course, those partnerships, public, private, regional, recognizing that there were so many stakeholders who needed to be on the same page. I think the best federal policies are those that recognize that incentivize and encourage that kind of cooperation. And that's something we'll certainly be taking a view toward as more opportunities emerge. There are some areas where there's no substitute for federally led and federally funded investment, but anytime that we can be leveraging private dollars or just making the right kind of public investments that then have a multiplier where the private sector will respond, in my experience, that's where we get the most bang for our buck, and I'm certainly eager to see more opportunities like that develop. Quickly, with regard to your point about rural areas, often smaller communities, rural communities, don't have access to the same kinds of resources in pursuing federal support, can't afford to have a full-time federal relations expert on staff and so on. That's why we need to make our processes as user-friendly as possible and also reward regional cooperation in rural areas so that smaller communities can band together to get the resources they need.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My next question is, I was concerned about that under the transportation title of the American Rescue Plan, we spent over $30 billion for transit agencies, but didn't provide any funding for traditional highway infrastructure programs. The pandemic's economic impact on state departments of transportation have been significant, with one estimate saying that state DOTs will need an additional $18 billion through fiscal year 2024 to fill the budget gaps left by COVID-19. How will the administration and the Department of Transportation work with state DOTs to address this backlog of important projects?
Well, state DOTs represent often among our most important partners when it comes to where the actual work gets done. You know, of course, we guide dollars out, and then somebody has to actually make sure that they get used responsibly. Often that falls to a state DOT. Of course, the rescue plan and the COVID relief packages were mainly focused on directly addressing those kinds of revenue shortfalls that we saw, some of which was targeted directly at those transit agencies. But I do want to note that category of state and local funding has some flexibility in it that I do think can be used to support to a significant degree those road budgets that have been impacted. Of course, there's no substitute for addressing our backlog, which becomes by its nature more expensive each passing year. And that's part of what I hope that we have an opportunity to address now with that once in a generation infrastructure action that could be happening on our watch.
All right, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. Look forward to working with you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. DeSone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. I'll tell you, this is the most coherent testimony I've ever heard from a graduate of Harvard, or at least that I could comprehend. And I do want to join with my neighbor here in the Bay Area, Mr. Huffman, in shamelessly inviting you to the Bay Area. Sorry, got a little bit of background.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair. There's a little background there. So I wanted to talk to you about three subject areas. And first first I wanted to say in response to some of the comments by some of my colleagues about California's ZEV mandate, I served on the California Air Resources Board for a decade. I was appointed by 2 Republican governors and a Democratic governor. The ZEV mandate we're very proud of. I would argue that over the course of the 40 years, and it was originally implemented by a conservative Republican governor, Governor Deukmejian. And of course, the California waiver is important to us in the transportation and energy field and the climate field. And of course, the authorship there were by Republican presidents, Nixon and Reagan, and the California waiver is so important to the transportation sector if we're going to transition. So I want to talk to you about transition. The county I represent has 4 refineries in it. It has good paying union mostly, but non-union can compete if they can passed the California apprenticeship standards, which are very high, best in the world. I would opine, perhaps behind the Germans, and it's resulted in the fuel industry for transportation being the cleanest in the world with our low carbon fuel standard, and also the safest, and also economically one of the best and most reliable for the West Coast. So the ZEV mandate's important vis-a-vis the Chinese because in the next decade, I firmly believe, in my background, that we will have an alternative fuel car, either fuel cells by the Japanese probably, or battery electric, hopefully by Americans, but could be by the Chinese. As you know, Mr. Secretary, when there's a $25,000, $30,000 mass-produced alternative fuel car, the world will change. And to borrow David Jurgens' experience, maybe not appropriate, whoever gets there first is got the commanding heights of energy for the next century, I would argue. So getting those good jobs to follow this energy source and the infrastructure is important. I have 3 bills I have shared with the chair and the chairs of energy and labor that we're working on that would help facilitate that. On the renewable portfolio standard in California that's been wildly successful, including financially, the VC money that's come to California has been very strong in this regard. But we brought the labor force with it. It's much more difficult on the fuel side. So I would love to be able to have a conversation with you about not just our legislation, but coordinating between DOE. We've got 2 national labs here in the East Bay that are doing great work with DOE funds now, and we're trying to get them more on carbon capture, but also this transition, the labor institutes and the transportation schools. But to get EPA, energy, DOE, transportation, and the labor department to all work together so we don't leave people behind. These are good paying jobs that have, for every one of them in these refineries, they have multipliers of 14. So we'd like to talk to you about that. I would be interested in your opinion, and you've alluded to it in your testimony. And then just briefly, the importance of commuter rail and high-speed rail in California. We need a world-class passenger rail system that is fueled from well to wheel by alternative and renewable fuels through the whole connection. So mega commutes are a big issue in exurban and suburban areas. We'd like to work with you in geographically constrained corridors like here in the Bay Area, certainly DC, Boston, other metropolitan areas, New York, because we have to build that out. And then lastly, on high-speed rail, although I've been a supporter, I've been critical of the project management. I think it's really important that we work with you to get this right. California needs high-speed rail, but it's got to be done in a way that it invests in the corridors where we need it most, in Los Angeles and San Diego, in the Bay Area and the Valley, and brings in the private sector because of the modeling. So I'll stop there. Any response to those areas, I would appreciate.
I'm not getting anything. Really?
I'm lost in space like Mr. Cohen.
He can respond to the record. The time has expired in any case, and I go now to Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Secretary Buttigieg. It's good to see you again, sir. A safety concern of mine is foreign aviation repair stations and the fact that the FAA-certified stations in the U.S. must meet a different set of standards compared to those stations abroad. Sir, Congress has twice directed the FAA to address the current gaps in regulation that would have allowed for this 2-tiered system to develop. I was curious, sir, how quickly can we expect the department to close these gaps and establish one level of safety for aircraft maintenance?
We have a little difficulty. We're waiting for the Secretary's response.
Madam Chair, could I ask for my claim to, my time to be reclaimed so I could
Go
pose the
ahead.
question when?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Madam Chair, is the secretary back?
Not yet. You'll get your full 5 minutes.
Thank you.
This is Fitzpatrick. Mr. Secretary, are you there? Did you hear the question? Forgive the technology difficulty. We'll try to get the secretary back, and we'll give Mr. Fitzpatrick his full time back. Mr. Secretary, are you there yet? Mr. Secretary, we may be able to hear you if you turn off your video. Try that, Mr. Secretary. We are reconnecting the secretary, so we're pausing for another minute. We will be back. We shall return.
We need to provide better broadband to the federal government.
Is the secretary back yet? And did he hear the question?
Well, Salud can answer for the secretary. We don't need the secretary.
We're still live, Mr. Lowenthal. We're still live. But that was what a boost of confidence. I'm impressed.
We don't even know if the secretary heard the question. We'll start over as soon as he returns. We'll pause for a moment. We shall return. Are we able to get the secretary back yet? We'll be back shortly. Technological difficulties. We could take the secretary on audio, even though we don't see the picture. Can you hear us, Mr. Secretary? We'll continue to pause. It's Mr. Fitzpatrick's time while we're pausing. We see the secretary's seal, but we can't see him yet. We apologize for the difficulties. Can you hear us at least, Mr. Secretary?
The chair is asking if I can hear her.
Well, Mr. Secretary, if you can at least.
I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
All right, we'll proceed. Did you hear Mr. Fitzpatrick's question?
Unfortunately, no. I got as far as the previous question, but,
So we'll call
but not to Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, we'll start your time over. You are recognized, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Secretary Buttigieg. It's good to see you again, sir. First, a safety concern of mine is foreign aviation repair stations and the fact that FAA certified stations in the U.S. must meet a different set of standards compared to those stations abroad. Congress, sir, as you're aware, Congress has twice directed the FAA to address the current gaps in regulation that have allowed for this two-tiered system to develop. So my question would be how quickly can we expect the Department of Transportation to close these gaps and establish one level of safety for aircraft maintenance?
So I recognize the importance of this and understand that there is impatience and frustration on this topic. We've heard a lot about this from aviation stakeholders. As you know, the FAA has very rigorous processes here and then has agreements with other aviation authorities globally to ensure safety. And that's supposed to ensure the oversight of repair facilities within those countries. But when those other countries have different rules or regulations, that can be out of synchrony with our own. And one of the challenges that we're working through is how to apply the U.S. standards throughout the global community in a way that's consistent with any of the sovereignty issues or law issues that come up. So we're certainly, I'm certainly following this closely. I know, again, there's a sense of urgency to do something here, and we'll make sure to provide the committee with updates as we have more information.
Thank you, sir. And with regard to new technologies in our transportation systems, I know that's something that's been raised by you and the administration. And I also know you share our belief that our frontline workers must benefit from the new technologies. What steps is the department are planning on taking to make sure that this new technology will be deployed in a way that advances our current workforce?
Well, I think it starts with having those workers represented at the table as these decisions are taking place. So we've tried to have a robust conversation from the very beginning with those who really are going to feel a lot of the impacts, opportunities, but also threats and challenges because of these technologies emerging. What success looks like is for there to be more jobs that are just as good paying, and from the administration perspective, just as likely or more to be unionized or pay prevailing wage, as there have been with the previous technology. And I don't think anyone's asking us to be in the way of technology, but there is a real concern about how it's going to develop. To me, that's as much about maintenance as it is about what's going on in the manufacturing and deployment of these technologies. And we should be ready, I think, with resources to help people across any of the transitions that might have to happen.
Thank you. And lastly, sir, secondary flight deck barriers were mandated by the FAA reauthorization in 2018 for new passenger aircraft only. Yet there is still no timeline for when that mandate will come into effect. And myself and Josh Gottheimer recently reintroduced HR 911, a bipartisan bill that will apply to all commercial passenger aircrafts. Hopefully, sir, we can count on your support to be supportive of this critical safety measure. One of the 9/11 Commission recommendations, I'm asking if you'd consider working with us on that issue.
Thank you. I'm committed to implementing this legislation and all safety legislation to the maximum extent possible, consistent with the timelines that are laid out. I know that FAA is currently drafting the proposed rule based on recommendations that have come in from their Aviation Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And I believe that draft rule is set to go out for public comment later this year. We'll make sure to be in touch with you about progress there. And again, want to restate my commitment to making sure that we're complying with congressional intent.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. All three of those issues are very important. Secondary barriers, obviously a 9/11 Commission recommendation yet to be implemented. It is a bipartisan initiative. We look forward to working with you and your administration on this. And lastly, before I yield back my time, sir, one request. In the infrastructure proposal that you put forth, my request is that you include airports themselves in that infrastructure package. I know they haven't been mentioned much at all. I'm sure that's not intentional, but That is rebuilding out our airport infrastructure is critically important. A lot of urban and suburban areas will really depend on that as far as economic growth. So I'd ask that you consider including airports in your package, sir.
Thank you. The national airspace may not be as tangible as roads and bridges, but it is part of our infrastructure, and the airports are the most tangible part. So certainly recognize the importance of that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Carvajal. Mr. Carvajal, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations and welcome, Secretary Buttigieg. I'm very grateful for your appointment. I want to start by saying a robust infrastructure bill needs to have bold investments in order to get our infrastructure to a state of good repair. This includes funding to fix our roads, bridges, schools, airports, increase broadband access, help with housing needs, and support transit and water infrastructure. Not only will this help the American people across the nation, but it can also be a jobs bill. If we do it right, this can help us recover from the economic shortfalls that resulted from this pandemic. This will be a win-win for the American people. While our committee does not have total jurisdiction over offsets, paying for this bill will include a number of financing options. One option that I think has a lot of merit and worthy of consideration is a national infrastructure bank. This is something I've worked on, and I have introduced a bill to establish a national infrastructure bank. As a matter of fact, my staff have shared it with your team. I also know that Representative DeLauro and others have worked for a long time on moving this same concept forward. I know you touched on this earlier, but can you please expand on the importance of establishing an infrastructure bank as an additional financing tool?
Well, thank you. And I want to applaud your initiative on ensuring that there are as many financing tools as possible to make sure we're mobilizing all the resources we can for that bold infrastructure vision that we share. The idea of a national infrastructure bank has, I think, been through many different proposals or versions in terms of what's been discussed in public. And I know that you and others have put more specific legislative shape to it. I think you'll find the administration has a very open mind about the kinds of concepts that exist for creating more of that financial leverage. Of course, we have within the department the Build America Bureau that has instruments like TIFIA and RIF and that private activity bond mechanism I mentioned earlier that I think can be a great starting point. But the ambition of what you're describing, I think, goes to another level, and would love to explore ways that we could be doing things above and beyond what we've had in the past when it comes to mobilizing those kinds of resources.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Last week, we heard from business leaders who made the case that tackling climate change and growing our economy go hand in hand. H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act, and I and my colleagues on this committee helped write under the leadership of Chairman DeFazio, included several provisions to build our infrastructure for the 21st century that includes electric charging stations and hydrogen fueling infrastructure. Can you delve further on what some of the administration's priorities are in terms of tackling climate change and how electric charging stations and hydrogen fueling infrastructure can be part of the solution?
Well, when it comes to incentivizing Americans to adopt electric vehicles, we know that one of the biggest reasons somebody would think twice before acquiring one is wondering whether it's got enough range to get them where they need to be. That's why the president committed to a major expansion of electric vehicle charging stations in the U.S., and it's very much part of our emerging infrastructure vision. Hydrogen fuel cells also hold great promise as a zero emissions fuel source, though they haven't been adopted yet as widely and are not as likely as of today to be manufactured in the U.S. But again, there's a lot of promise and potential there. We view that as going hand in hand with the ongoing process of reducing the cost of these, because that in turn takes away the other main reason people would hesitate to switch, which is that it simply might cost more than traditional fuel. Again, that's changing too, but we need all of these things to happen at once. That's just the vehicle side. More broadly across surfaces, it's making sure that people have different alternatives, enhancing access to transit and transit-oriented development, and decarbonizing the maritime and aviation sectors as well. all of that has to happen at the same time if we're going to meet our goals, which of course, failure is not an option when it comes to those goals.
Thank you. And lastly, we know that recently, the recent enacted Pipes Act of 2020 modified the Unusually Sensitive Areas USA mandate for the 2016 Act, which should give PIMSA what it needs to finish this outstanding rulemaking. Additionally, the bill included a provision requiring a study on the installation of automatic and remote controlled valves on existing pipelines located in sensitive areas, like the USA's commercially navigable waters or high consequence areas. Pipeline safety measures are important to coastal districts like mine, where we've seen multiple oil spills, the 1969 Santa Barbara oil spill and the 2015 Plains All-American spill. Can I get your commitment to press forward to finalizing these pipeline safety measures once and for all and get them over the finish line?
Yes, we want to make sure that we are following through on all of these pieces, and appreciate the support from Congress to build up the resources in the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration so that we can meet that congressional goal.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
I call on next Mr. Burchett. I'm sorry, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, who has come back. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Oh, come on.
Ms. Gonzalez
Thank you, Madam
Colon.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And congratulations, Secretary, for your confirmation. I'm happy to hear you today. And I will just go directly to two of the most important issues regarding Puerto Rico. And I'm pleased that you, in a recent interview in January of this year, you support statehood for Puerto Rico, and we voted for statehood in November of last year. So my first question will be, as you may know, Puerto Rico received inferior treatment in terms of highway funding through a block grant for our infrastructure needs. Under the current FAST Act extension, which is going to expire on September 30 of this year, the islands receive roughly $158 million annually, but of those, just 117 after the penalties. HR 2, the Invest in America Act, will raise that level to $200 million for 4 years. However, when Puerto Rico becomes a state, recent analysis based on the Federal Highway Administration 6 core criteria state formula funding for Puerto Rico demonstrates that the island will receive roughly $430 million annually if we become a state. Based on this information, would you agree that Puerto Rico should be treated as a state in terms of the changing and transferring the Puerto Rico from a block grant to formula funding at the state level?
So it's very important to me and to the administration that U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico are treated equitably in every regard, and that certainly includes making sure that the flows of support for infrastructure reflect that. I would want to make sure I get a better understanding of some of the numbers that you just reviewed, but just want to restate my commitment to making sure that there's parity and equitable treatment for fellow U.S. citizens on the island.
Thank you, Secretary. And will you have your staff provide technical drafting assistance to ensure this language can be included in the next surface transportation bill that Congress needs to pass, and we work in that bipartisan way, not just with the committee, but with your office, so we can discuss this in a further way?
Thank you. I'll make sure to set up a conversation to see how we can be of assistance.
The other issue that it's for us is very important. We got an exemption for the next 2 years from air cargo, from air cabotage laws. And this exemption is critical to turning Puerto Rico into an air cargo hub, not only to generate economic activity, but to take advantage of our robust manufacturing base, not just pharmaceutical, medical devices, but to diversify our economy and put Puerto Rico and the United States in the global area in Latin America. And currently, just Alaska has the exemption that has helped the Anchorage Airport to the #3 cargo hub in North America. As Puerto Rico continues to address our financial situation, a report issued by the Census Information Center said that air cargo for Puerto Rico could have an impact of more than $400 million in new direct and indirect economic activity. The last report of International Air Transportation Association takes that into what could be a great demand for Puerto Rico and for Latin America as well. In that sense, I just want your office to review a bill that is HR 1824, the Puerto Rico Air Cargo Industry Empowerment Act. And I would love your office to work with us in terms of looking ways to extend that waiver that we do have for 2 years to make it permanent. Can we work with your office in that sense?
Well, thank you for raising this. We'll be sure to look at this and make sure to be responsive on looking at what could happen for the future.
My last comment.
Go ahead.
My last comment, Secretary, will be in terms of giving you an open invitation to visit Puerto Rico and to see the infrastructure needs after the hurricanes and seismic activity of the last 2 years. So I will be very glad if you can visit the island with the governor to see firsthand the investment of federal funds in our highways and the funds that were approved by the Community Development Block Grant and FEMA. So with that, you have an open invitation for the island. And again, thank you for supporting statehood for the island. I do support it. We voted for that in November of last year. So I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Brown, I recognize Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also want to thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I want to thank you for visiting my district, the UPS facility, and the great work that they're doing in the vaccine distribution operation. And also want to thank you for meeting with the Greater Washington Partnership to discuss our shared vision for transportation in the National Capital Region and the region between Richmond and Baltimore. Also want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your commitment to a big and bold approach to our nation's infrastructure and how that gives us a tremendous opportunity to create jobs, revitalize communities, meet the challenge of climate change, and ensure equity for all. Equity in transportation requires transit to be a core component of big service transportation projects. Unfortunately, this has not been the case regarding a proposed project in my district and in the National Capital Region, which is the state of Maryland's I-495 and I-270 managed lane study project, the details of which you will soon receive from me and other members of the Maryland congressional delegation in a letter. And you'll see that the MLS project has several deficiencies, including a lack of genuine consideration of transit options and phasing inconsistencies between the procurement process and the NEPA required planned environmental impact statement. I believe this project is based on a dated and inequitable approach to improve an infrastructure that is out of step with the Biden-Harris administration's modern vision. My question, Mr. Secretary, in a large surface transportation project intended to alleviate congestion, can you briefly articulate the importance of having transit options as it relates to the administration's goals for promoting equity and addressing climate?
Yes, and thank you for the question, because this is a scenario that really demonstrates how questions of efficiency, questions of climate responsibility, and matters of equity and environmental justice all come into play at the same time. We've got to make sure that we are creating options and creating infrastructure that allow Americans of every background and at every income level to get to where they need to be. And transit is a very important part of that. Indeed, we want transit to be a means of choice for as many Americans as possible to efficiently be able to move around their area. But I've heard from many of your constituents and neighbors, and we'll stand by to hear the forthcoming letter laying out these concerns in greater detail, because we also know that a misguided investment can actually exacerbate the problem. Or it can be a temporary fix that doesn't really deal with the holistic issue of how people get around. As the chairman mentioned in his opening comments, there are cases where you can add a couple of lanes to a highway only to find yourself in the same situation a few years later. Now, I say that without prejudice to any individual project, because of course it depends on the circumstances of the project. But we know across the board that the more robust options individuals have, the more ways there are to get to where you're going, the more freedom you have to have excellent transit options available to you, the better off you're going to be economically. And that also helps us reduce emissions in neighborhoods, disproportionately communities of color, that have often had highways and other projects go through them with an increase in pollution that comes with it.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, last month you made a statement on a cable network, and I'm paraphrasing, but you said the U.S. shouldn't have to settle for less than the rest of the world in high-speed ground transportation technology. Now we've got to take it to the next level. You referenced the high-speed rail technologies being developed in Japan. Now, I know from experience in my district that if these types of projects are going to occur, there has to be robust community involvement as well as a commitment to equity and climate change goals that you and the president support and that you just articulated. I wonder if you might elaborate on the high-speed rail technologies that you're contemplating.
Yes, thank you. We see a ton of opportunity to extend prosperity and convenience for Americans through high-speed rail. But as you say, this has to be deployed in a way that takes community considerations into account. And too often there's a troubling history in the U.S. of that not happening. Often that didn't happen with the interstate highway system. So now's our opportunity to get it right with future investments, whether we're talking about highway, rail, or any other mode. A lot of the technology is already there. We know that because our counterparts in other countries enjoy it on a daily basis, can take it for granted even. And to my earlier comments, I just don't see why Americans should be expected to settle for less.
And would you consider magnetic levitation technology as part of that vision for high-speed rail technology that we should be considering?
It certainly holds that potential. It's different from, of course, what we've deployed by and large in terms of what we do have by way of moving closer to high-speed rail. But when you consider the efficiency and climate possibilities there, it's certainly worthy of a good look.
Thank you, Secretary. Madam Chair, I yield back.
For 5 minutes, I call on Mr. Burchett.
Burchett, Chair Lady, thank you.
Burchett, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. The United States has a huge waste crisis, Mr. Secretary, and over 90% of recyclable plastics end up in our landfills. The United Kingdom is using recycled bottles as a binder in road construction as a substitute for oil. Do you support this innovative technology to reduce waste and improve our roadways? And I wonder if you support any of the other initiatives just like that.
Well, I'd love to learn more about that specific technology, and I'm so appreciative of you raising that question of how we literally how we pave our roadways. The way we do that looks, I think, a little too much like what it looked like 100 years ago. And there are so many possibilities in terms of recycled materials, in terms of lower emission solutions, even the possibility of carbon capture in certain kinds of cement. And something important to many communities like where I come from, permeable pavement solutions that allow water to pass through rather than having it run off, which can lead to a big savings and environmental benefit when it comes to wastewater and stormwater. So for those reasons and more, I'm very eager to see the U.S. Leading when it comes to surfacing and pavement technologies and possibilities. And I'll make sure to learn more about the specific opportunity that you raised.
Yes, sir. I suspect there's some environmental concerns with plastics, but I believe if you dig deep enough, some of those are probably being pushed by big oil. So if you keep an eye on that, I'd appreciate that. The 2016 GAO report on highway safety, it was titled More Robust DOT Oversight of Guardrails, included recommendations to direct the Federal Highway Administration to establish a mechanism for third-party verification on crash test labs. These recommendations have not been fully implemented. They risk the integrity of roadside hardware like guardrails. Would you commit to working with my staff to update these crash test lab requirements and oversight?
I would. We want to make sure that, given that safety is our top priority, that's something we're managing, not just with regard to the design of vehicles, but to the design of the roadways that those vehicles are on. And that means making sure that guardrails and any other relevant technology are keeping up with the times. Again, something that has evolved a great deal in terms of the safety capabilities. And needless to say, on anything that has been prescribed by Congress, we want to meet those mandates and deadlines as expeditiously as possible.
Great. There are currently 276 million vehicles on the road today. About 4% of those are electric. But if we transitioned each of these to a battery electric, could the U.S. energy grid handle this new load?
So that's part of what we are working with the Department of Energy to make sure we're prepared for. There's going to be a lot of shifts in the sources and distribution of load from a charging perspective. And when you look beyond the vehicle opportunity, other uses of electricity in the U.S. And as we've seen most recently and upsettingly in the case of Texas, our electrical infrastructure is not always poised to keep up with the reality we're living in. Ultimately, there's no reason America shouldn't be capable of powering every electric vehicle that we produce, but we do need to make sure that we have the right infrastructure to back up that aspiration.
Right. So currently, I guess the answer would be no, but and I appreciate that. Current battery technology requires a minimum of 40 minutes, as you know, for a partial charge, as opposed to gas-powered vehicles or even a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, which only requires 4 to 6 minutes. Has the department studied the challenges to asking consumers to accept such a drastic change in behavior?
Well, this is part of why I think we need a very well designed electric vehicle charging network. On one hand, as you note, the current loading time or charging time for a vehicle is not comparable to what you get at the gas pump. On the other hand, electric vehicles can be charged right in your backyard in a way that, of course, none of us would want to install a gas pump in our backyard. So we really got to recognize that there's going to be a balance of how charging happens that's not quite the same as what we're used to in terms of how fueling happens. But at the end of the day, for long distance travel, there need to be charge points along long distance corridors. And that, I think, is one of the areas where federal policy is going to play an important role.
And I suspect technology is going to have to catch up to either that, or they're going to have to be more or less like propane tanks. You just pull up and pull in and get a battery like you would a propane tank. Recently, a DOT-sponsored study demonstrated that fully autonomous long-haul trucks can lead to more jobs, productivity, and economic growth. What concrete steps is the department taking to promote safety and swift deployment for automatic driving technologies for trucking?
Well, right now, most of our safety regulations are built around the assumption that there's a human driver in the cab of a truck or in the seat of a passenger car. It's something that really doesn't fully mesh with how these vehicles operate. For example, we might regulate where a mirror ought to go in a way that makes sense for a human driver, but doesn't really play the same role if we're talking about sensors rather than mirrors. These are the kinds of things where policy is, in my view, behind where the technology is. We have lost something on the order of 40,000 lives on U.S. roadways. So we know that human drivers have not had the best track record when it comes to safety, but that doesn't make it automatic, so to speak, that an automated system is fully safe until we've vetted that out. We need to make sure we're providing the kind of regulatory certainty and safety infrastructure for consumers and companies alike to know what to expect so that kind of technology can meet its potential.
Hey, on a different note, what current and future resources are available to the department to establish minimum ADA AS standards?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I appreciate that, Chair Lady. If you could ask,
submit a written set of.
I will, but if you could ask leadership, and I'll ask leadership in my party as well, if they could get us the proper bandwidth. This is probably outside of voting on the actual bill. This is the most important thing we're doing.
The gentleman's time has expired.
It's embarrassing that we can't do these committees.
It's not our bandwidth. Okay, we're going to move on to the next set of questionings. Mr. Malinowski, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Secretary.
Likewise.
So a couple of my colleagues have already mentioned the Gateway project. And so I just want to start by thanking you for the work that you've already done. It's really great for us to have such a strong and true partner in recognizing that we need to replace this 110-year-old tunnel and the infrastructure around it. I'm really grateful for the FTA's quick action in reversing that Trump era policy that counted federal loans as part of the federal share of big projects like that. That was an important step. And you've mentioned already today the need to get the environmental impact statement done. We also need to re-rate the project. So thank you for the work you're doing with our local and regional authorities. I'd say the only question that I would ask is, barring unforeseeable events, would you say that these administrative steps that you're going through are steps that could be completed this year?
Well, I'll tell you, when it comes to the updated environmental impact statement, knowing that obviously there's a lot of different players involved in FRAs working with New Jersey Transit, the Port Authority, and others on a detailed schedule, we intend for that part of the NEPA process to be complete in the second quarter of this year. So I know there are a lot of other hurdles and funding pieces in play, but I want to at least share that much, that we're very much hoping to get that meet that timeline.
That's fantastic. We want to see the work getting done. You've mentioned the economic importance of this project, not just to our region, but to the country. It's 20% of the national GDP. And, I would just ask all of us to imagine what would happen if the one railway tunnel that connects New York with everything south of New York were to disintegrate, which is what will happen if we don't replace it. So again, thank you for your work on that. And let me make a broader point. When we think about this project back in New Jersey, we're not just thinking about our daily commutes. There's something even more fundamental, I think, going on here. And that is a sense that the United States needs to build big things again, and that we haven't been doing that in recent years. You mentioned the interstate highway program in your testimony. That was in its time a big and transformational project. It revolutionized how we get around in America. Do you by chance know how much the interstate highway system cost in today's dollars, just by comparison, Mr. Secretary?
I want to say it's in the neighborhood of 250 billion, but I'm not sure if I have my inflation math right.
Yeah, so it's more in today's dollars. It was about 1.1 trillion. So we were thinking big then, and we did it again, partly for highway safety and efficiency. But in fact, Eisenhower said it was as important to our national defense as to our national economy. We were thinking about the Cold War at the time, and we wanted to show the world that America could do big and bold things. And here we are in 2021, and arguably the greatest predictable economic transformation in modern history is the transition to clean energy. So if we're going to do something big and bold, obviously it would not be just redoing the interstate highway system. Others have mentioned China. Let me just ask you, is the Chinese government, in looking to compete with us, are they looking to compete with us in building highway overpasses or gas-powered pickup trucks?
Well, I take your point. China or the United States will lead the transition to clean energy, and I want it to be the United States. And when it comes to big, bold vision more broadly, Chinese infrastructure averages about 8% of their GDP, and we expect that may increase. We're at 2.4 here in the U.S., and I believe it shows.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think someone else tried to needle you about a China first economic and climate policy. If our inaction were to allow China to get there first, wouldn't that be a China first policy?
Well, it would literally mean China is first to lead the world in clean energy and in these transitions. And again, I would much rather see America be the first in that regard. Why let China lead us in infrastructure? We should be leading the way.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Johnson from South Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us. Before coming to Congress, I was a vice president and a co-owner of an engineering and consulting firm that did a lot of projects in rural America, particularly in the broadband arena. And we always estimated that federal regulations added about 30% to the cost of the projects. And you get the math, that's 30% fewer families that would get connected with those broadband dollars. That's 30% fewer small businesses that would get connected because, or rather with those broadband dollars. I listened with interest to your point earlier that only 1% of projects undergo a full environmental impact statement review. I'm concerned that statistic might obscure a little bit the substantial costs of delay because of federal environmental review and other regulations. By comparison, I would note that Canada and Germany on average do large project environmental review in 2 years or less. In America, a full EIS by the Federal Highway Administration, the average length is about 7.5 years. And obviously those delays have real costs. One group estimates it at $3.7 trillion of economic loss because of those delays. So I loved your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, where you talked about turning aspirations into action. And so I think, my question would be, are there things that Canada or Germany are doing that are making it so much easier to put their aspirations into action? What can we learn from their speedy but thorough environmental review?
I think it's a great question, and I've challenged my team to look at exactly what you're describing. We're not the only country that has rigorous expectations for environmental review, and I think we should not hesitate to learn from others who have found a more expeditious way to do it. Of course, we have a unique federal system where often local, state, and federal authorities are all in play. But what we know is that there is a real demonstrated need for a lot of these projects and time for all of these projects, and time is money. And so it's our intent to identify anything that's duplicative, anything that's done in 7 steps that could just as well be done in 4, anything that is not meeting the intent or the needs of those laws on environmental or the other, of course, laws that are kind of under the sometimes misleading name of NEPA that are all considered as part of that review, and try to make it as user-friendly and as simple as possible. I agree that there is a concern about cost and time added to projects by review. At the same time, I want to note that AECOM did a study recently on what was the number one reason why projects don't happen, and the number one reason is funding. My hope is that this can be both and, that we can get the funding that's needed and make sure that we're acting to make sure that funding gets out efficiently.
Well, then, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. And we do want to help you put those aspirations into action. I would echo the comments of the gentleman from Alaska. I mean, we really want you to work with us. And I think this powerful rhetoric about bipartisanship and infrastructure, we have just got to figure out a way to make that happen. I, like a lot of my colleagues, I think on both sides of the aisle, have at times in this new administration been disappointed with maybe how bipartisanship is defined. I'll close in the last minute, Mr. Secretary, by just calling your attention. I know you pay attention to it, but calling your attention to the dire condition of infrastructure in Indian country. And I'll introduce into the record some photographs from Indian country in South Dakota. This is from the Yankton tribe as an example. Others where roadways are just completely fallen into the ditch, washed away, and looking forward to working with you to address some of these critically important rural infrastructure needs. Thank you for your time, and Madam Chair, I yield back. If the Secretary has something he wants to add about rural highway funding and an Indian country, of course, Madam Chair, he can do so.
Just very briefly, let me embrace that important consideration. Part of being equitable is making sure that communities otherwise left out are getting the resources and attention they need, and that's certainly important when it comes to tribal lands and rural communities more generally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Stanton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, it's so good to see you again. And it
same here.
Seems like just yesterday we were hanging out at mayor's conferences together. So I'm really glad that a great mayor is leading our nation's transportation department. And as a local government leader, one learns very quickly the value of infrastructure to our economy, to our environment, our safety, our quality of life. During my time as mayor of Phoenix, I proposed and asked voters to approve the single largest transportation infrastructure plan in Arizona history, the first of its kind in scope in the nation, to exponentially expand public transit, including our light rail system, and modernize our roadways. And the voters of Phoenix said yes by an overwhelming margin. And one of the first things we did was invest in the extension of light rail into South Phoenix, connect transit-dependent individuals to new economic opportunities. Beyond that plan, we made other key infrastructure investments, including hundreds of millions of dollars to renovate Sky Harbor International Airport. And what we both experienced as mayors, though, is that Congress hasn't always been the best partner when it comes to infrastructure. And so a major infrastructure package is essential for America and for Arizonans. Arizona is the second fastest growing state in the nation, and growing communities have growing needs. That starts with transportation. We need the federal government to support light rail through Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, and beyond, and to support the construction of new highways such as Interstate 11 and the expansion of existing highways, including Interstate 10. The role of both the local and federal government is particularly important in Arizona because state leaders have really fallen short when it comes to making infrastructure investment. We also have significant aviation needs, not only Sky Harbor, but the Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, which supports our region's fast-growing East Valley. And we must not forget the extraordinary needs of our tribal communities, including the 22 tribal nations in Arizona. Infrastructure investment on tribal lands from the federal government has been woefully inadequate, as we saw in the Broken Promises report. Tribal infrastructure investment is mostly provided through the Tribal Transportation Program, yet tribes are barely able to maintain the roads under the current investment levels, let alone invest in large-scale projects like expansion of Arizona's I-10 that will improve safety and economic opportunity on the Gila River in the community, or addressing more than 9,500 miles of unpaved roads on the Navajo Nation. Mr. Secretary, it is great to have you at the helm of the department. I look forward to working with you and hosting you in Arizona soon. I have a couple questions. It's critical to ensure projects of national and regional significance receive federal support. Section 1301 of the Moving Forward Act recognized the importance of these projects and the need for resources beyond the traditional federal aid formula to make them a reality. Interstate 11, connecting Phoenix and Las Vegas, is such a project. Completing the Tier 2 environmental review is the necessary next step to advancing I-11 in Arizona. So I'm asking you, can I count on your support to provide the federal support necessary to complete the Tier 2 environmental work for I-11 in Arizona?
Thank you. I have heard a great deal from you and your colleagues, your neighbors in Nevada too, on the importance of I-11, and we want to make sure that all of those federal processes happen as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you for that great answer. Next on transit, I appreciate your swift action to rescind the Trump administration's requirement that transit agencies provide an additional 10% in local funding under the Capital Investment Grant Program. In Phoenix, the Northwest Light Rail Extension Program, it was awaiting engineering approval when the Trump administration moved the goalposts and put their policy in place. And our local agencies, we did comply with that Trump administration requirement. Thank you for taking it away for future projects. But now that your department has rescinded this additional local cost share requirement, what options do project sponsors have, like Valley Metro and City of Phoenix? What options do they have to get federal funding share for these projects restored?
Well, this is one thing we're going to continue reviewing in terms of all of our existing programs. We thought it was very important to change the guidance on that Dear Colleague letter, because that was really a way to restore that statutory basis that all of those authorities had been planning on to begin with. I think there's a lot more opportunity out there, depending on the particular proposal, using both our financing tools like TIFIA and RIF, or grant tools. And I think that this is part of what we have a great opportunity to expand with the kinds of legislation we're contemplating in this season.
And one final question, Mr. Secretary. When we do light rail projects, they are great for the economy, but they also, for small businesses along the construction project, it sometimes can be difficult. And I want you to look at additional ways that the department can support small businesses, particularly minority women-owned businesses that are impacted by light rail development in the future. It's something that would help my community and other communities that are making similar investments.
We'll make sure to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Van Drew is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for appearing before the committee to testify on a subject of interest to all Americans. We're a country of many communities with diverse perspectives. However, there is universal recognition that we must invest in infrastructure if we want to continue American strength and prosperity into the 21st century. First, I want to tell you about my own community, the southern part of New Jersey. We are geographically, economically, and demographically a diverse community. We are the hustle and bustle of tourism and gaming. We are the pinelands and the wetlands. We are the Jersey Shore and the Delaware Bay Shore. We have miles of beautiful coastline and we have thousands of acres of farmland, but we have a common identity as South Jerseyans together. Mr. Secretary, our people need better infrastructure. We need investment in roads, bridges, and dams. We need investment in dredging, broadband, and airports. The investments of this bill could make a generational impact on the South Jersey community. I'm sure that everyone else on this committee feels just as strongly about their community's needs. That leads me to the main point I need to make. This bill needs to be an infrastructure package for all Americans. For years, Washington has talked about infrastructure as the end-all and the be-all of bipartisanship. Now it's our opportunity to show that there is still an American dream and that our country can still unite behind it. We cannot approach this bill like we have, quite frankly, earlier bills this year. There needs to be bipartisanship. There needs to be an investment in all American communities. Our country, the United States of America, needs us. They need us to work together. So, Mr. Secretary, does this administration commit to making this an infrastructure package for all Americans?
Yes, that's absolutely the intent of the president and of my department too. We recognize there are so many different kinds of communities with different needs and different characteristics. And we got to be serving everybody, and everybody will be better off when we get this country the infrastructure it deserves.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In order to make this an infrastructure package for all Americans, the bill must be bipartisan. If it is not, then the needs of tens of millions of Americans will be ignored in this process, and their problems will be exacerbated. Mr. Secretary, while I understand that ultimately your congressional counterparts act of their own accord, are you committed to the position that this should be negotiated as a bipartisan infrastructure package?
Well, the president strongly prefers a bipartisan approach, and so do I. It's hopefully been reflected, as you've seen in the conversations that the president has hosted with Republican and Democratic members of the House and Senate, and that's going to continue to be the way we want to proceed. We've got to get something done, and I think you don't have to be from one party to the other to see how important that is. And if there's any policy area left in America where Republicans, independents, and Democrats can work together to get something done, I have to believe it's this one because I have yet to see a Republican bridge or a Democratic pothole.
So you are committed to that bipartisanship?
That's certainly our goal, and we hope to work with you and members on both sides of the aisle in good faith to get there.
I hope we do. I hope we do, because America's watching, and this is truly our chance to show America that we still, at least in some ways, can function. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield my time.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, for taking the time to join us today. It's always a pleasure to hear from a fellow self-proclaimed infrastructure nerd. As many folks know, I represent the Kansas 3rd Congressional District, and thanks to our central location, We're a major transportation and shipping hub for this country. And in my district, just like many across the country, we have roads, bridges, highways that are all in critical need of update and expansion. Highways like 69 Highway in Overland Park. And we also have transit agencies like the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority, who are staying on the cutting edge of public transportation with things like microtransit, zero fare programs, and an innovative public-private partnership for our light rail system. These are the kinds of projects that are going to help keep our communities safe and reduce congestion, while also bringing good union jobs and helping our small businesses that are really struggling right now. And as a former Midwest mayor yourself, you know that these are also the kinds of projects that can help connect communities and cities and, frankly, our entire country. In fact, Dwight D. Eisenhower, who's a fellow Kansan and the namesake for our state's Ike transportation program, was the architect of our national interstate highway. We heard the chairman mention that earlier. And that really was the first time that we linked all the areas of this country: urban, suburban, exurban, rural. And right now, we're still relying on that infrastructure, the infrastructure our grandparents built. And under the leadership of the Biden administration and your leadership, we have the opportunity right now to build infrastructure that our grandchildren are going to be able to depend on and rely on. In fact, when we do that, we have to make sure that we're being intentional about the ways that we revitalize this infrastructure. And particularly, as we've heard over and over again today, far too often there are communities that are left out. Because whether you're in an urban area like Kansas City, Kansas, or out in our more rural areas like Stillwell, Kansas, in my district, everyone deserves access to transportation and infrastructure. So, like many of my colleagues, before I get to my question, I do want to make sure that you know that you have a standing invitation to visit us in Kansas. Come to the 3rd District. You can see the opportunities and the needs of the district, and obviously enjoy some of our Kansas City barbecue, which in my opinion, obviously unbiased opinion, is the best in the country. And with that, I would like, Secretary Buttigieg, for you to share with us a bit about how you think that these new infrastructure investments can help link the diverse communities that we've been hearing about today.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I remember encountering somebody with their Kansas City Barbecue Society judge ID number tattooed on their calf, and it was then that I understood just how seriously that's taken where you're from. I want to acknowledge and support what you're speaking to in terms of connectivity for everybody. We've got to make sure that the infrastructure investments we are hopefully about to make reach every kind of community: rural, tribal, urban, suburban, and everything in between. And that means making sure there are adequate roadways. It also means making sure there are adequate alternatives that people can get to where they need to be, whether that's in a privately owned vehicle or some other means of getting around. We know there's a troubling history of how that hasn't always happened, leaving people in transit and transportation deserts, isolating communities. This time around, I think we can do something very different, something that is no less transformational than previous investments like those of the Eisenhower generation that you mentioned, but also more inclusive and more supportive of lifting up every American.
Thank you, Secretary. And I want to say thank you to you, to the Biden administration broadly, and also to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today for bringing up the needs of our tribal communities and Indian country. It's so important and has for a long time been overlooked. And also, in the interest of time, I want to say thank you again for joining us today. I do have a question for you about advanced air mobility, but I'll go ahead and submit that to you all in writing. And I'm looking forward to working with you on what I hope will be the next generation of innovative infrastructure investments. And with that, I will turn over to Mr. Guest. It looks like you're back on. We will recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for taking time to join us today. I am glad to see in the statement that you submitted prior to your testimony where you say that you stand ready to work with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to deliver an infrastructure package that meets this consequential moment and ensures a future worthy of our great nation. And I applaud you for that statement of bipartisanship. I believe that any infrastructure bill that ultimately passes out of Congress, if we are going to have the support that we need, is going to require Republicans and Democrats working together, coming across the aisle. And I believe that a crucial component of that involves the flexibility of spending. I am greatly opposed to a one-size-fits-all model. I believe that what works well in California, what works well in New York and Illinois will not work in Mississippi. Also, within the geographic confines of each state, I believe that what works well in one part of the state will not work well in the other. And so I would encourage you to continue, as we're seeking bipartisanship, to harp on the message of flexible spending, to give money to the states. Let the states decide then how that money should be best invested in infrastructure. I want to talk very briefly on for some of our livestock haulers. When I'm home, I serve a very rural state. Mississippi is predominantly rural, and much of our economy is based on our farmers. And so when I'm home meeting with our farmers and I'm home meeting with our livestock producers, they often talk about the challenges that they face as they are hauling animals and perishable goods across the country. Unlike many of the others that are involved in hauling non-perishable items, they are unable to pull off and stop on the side of the road once they reach some sort of hours of service deadline. And so I would ask that that the administration would work with Congress as we are seeking to try to address the challenges surrounding this issue. This is an issue that is very near and dear to my farmers, very near and dear to my livestock producers. And I would ask you to work with us as we seek to find a long-term solution to this problem. I also want to talk very briefly about what Dusty Johnson addressed earlier, and that is involving permitting. When I'm meeting with supervisors and mayors and elected officials, as we're talking about infrastructure projects that we are seeking to begin construction here in my home state of Mississippi, I often get feedback about the length of time it takes from a time a project is drawn until we can actually begin construction. We know that in many cases, the permitting process, the environmental requirements that are necessary to begin construction, on average now take up to 7 years. And we know that that is on average, that some projects take decades for us to be able to get through the permitting process and actually begin construction on those vital projects. And so what I would like to do is I would like to ask you to speak for a few moments about what you will do to reform and improve the current permitting process that often delay many crucial infrastructure programs.
Well, that's been my experience as well as a mayor. And I think anytime you're responsible for delivering a project, you're impatient to actually see it go into the ground. And anytime we can do something to remove an unnecessary step that would prolong that, we ought to be looking at that. And I think there is opportunity there. Of course, we're not talking about cutting corners. These environmental and other regulations are there for a reason. But I think we can continue to meet the intent of those important rules and allow for the community participation that comes by way of the NEPA process in ways that might be smoother, more user-friendly, and lead to more prompt project delivery. So I'm very open to working with you and others to hearing more specific examples and ideas from those who are dealing with these permitting processes and coming up with the most flexible solutions that we responsibly can.
Well, and you know from your prior position, prior to becoming secretary, that when you're dealing with the federal government, the regulations required on federal projects differ in some cases very drastically to those on state projects. And so what I would hope that the administration would work toward is we would work toward making sure that while we are protecting the environment, that we're also doing so in a manner that very quickly and efficiently brings these projects to fruition. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you. I'm out of time, so I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. And Mr. Garcia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Buttigieg, I know that many have already said it, but again, let me thank you for testifying on the administration's priorities. And please know that there is an open invitation for you to come and visit the 4th District of Illinois and see what makes Chicago such a vibrant community. My district is a multi-ethnic working class community where many rely on public transportation. The ability to afford a car is a luxury that many of my constituents simply do not have. Secretary Buttigieg, as you know, a factor in urban sprawl, struggling public transit systems, and communities carved up by roads and highways is the fact that a disproportionate amount of federal funding goes to highways. Currently, 80% goes there and only 20% goes to public transportation. Will you commit to working with Congress to revisit the broken and antiquated 80-20 funding split that creates urban sprawl and disadvantages Latino, Black, and working class families?
Well, I welcome the chance to work with Congress to make sure we have the right level of support for transit. You should not have to own a car to prosper in this country, no matter what kind of community you're living in. And that means investing in our nation's transportation infrastructure to expand affordable multimodal options. And that, of course, includes transit. I can tell you that one of the president's key priorities when it comes to building back better is making sure that federal spending reaches communities of all sizes. And by the way, in my view, this is not only about transportation-specific investment, but also transit-oriented development. Those should go hand in hand, and we should look for ways that different funding sources can rhyme with one another when we think about things that might flow through other departments too.
Well, that's music to my ears. And additionally, Mr. Secretary, I've been working with my colleagues in the Progressive Movement on the Future of Transportation Caucus, which I co-lead, to shift the discussion on reducing transportation greenhouse gas emissions away from just electric vehicles and to focus on reducing vehicles' miles traveled altogether. I believe that we need to be more deliberate in designating cities with not just transit-oriented development in mind, but also with equitable transit-oriented development. We need to ensure that we're improving our communities and reducing GHG in a way that is feasible for all people, not just replacing one economic burden for another. Will you, Mr. Secretary, commit to working to ensure that equity is a critical part of the sustainability conversation and help us advance policies that reduce vehicle miles traveled rather than just trying to replace gas cars with electric vehicles?
Yes, part of the solution is to make sure that our cars are cleaner, but part of the solution is to make sure that people have alternatives in order to get around. And we don't assume in our transportation decisions that everybody would be able to or would want to be behind the wheel of a car. It's why we need to make sure that all of these different mobility options fit together. And as you rightly say, equity is inseparable from making sure we have that range of options for Americans.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you again for taking time to join us today. It lifts my heart to know that someone who cares about transit equity is heading up the Department of Transportation, and I look forward to your visiting my community, the 4th District in Chicago, the Little Village community. I promise you, we have the best Mexican food, the best Puerto Rican and Central American food found anywhere in the country. So we're eagerly waiting to host you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Nels, not sure if you're on.
Yes.
Oh, you're recognized.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Recognized for
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And Mr. Secretary, Mayor, again, congratulations on your confirmation and thank you for being here today. I would like to also thank you for your service in the Navy Reserve. I heard you're an old intel man in the Navy Reserve.
Yes, sir.
Served in Afghanistan in 2014. I'm an old Army guy, Army Reserve guy, served in Afghanistan in 2008. So I'm sure we probably ate in the same dining facility a few times. But again, thank you for that. This is a great conversation. I'm looking forward to working with this committee. It's truly an honor to serve on this committee. I'm a freshman and I continue to learn each and every day. I'm blessed to represent Texas's 22nd district, which is in Southwest Houston. But I have a question for you, and it really relates to the Highway Trust Fund, but I just kind of want to have a casual conversation with you for a few minutes. And my understanding of how all the states, the individual states, contribute into this Highway Trust Fund. My understanding is the federal gas tax is like 18.4 cents. And so we send an enormous amount of money from the great state of Texas into this Highway Trust Fund. And then we get 95% of that back. So if we send in $1, we get 95 cents back. So we're considered one of those donor states. I don't know, are you familiar? Have you heard of that donor state? And are you aware of what a donor state is and how many of them there are in this great country of ours?
Yes, I know that the formulas can have that effect, and I've heard that to be a concern, particularly in Texas.
Yes, and what it is it's I believe that I believe us and Colorado are the only two states currently that are considered donor states where we receive less funding back. I know that there are some areas, some states receiving 2, 3, even up to 600%. They contribute $1 and they get $6 back. And that should be a concern of mine in Texas is, we're growing so much. We're probably going to add 3 congressional seats. I know Congressman Weber said we have more right-of-way than the entire state of Rhode Island, and we have a lot of roads and a lot of alien infrastructure. So that would be a concern. But the real issue is the formula and the way these formulas were written. They were dated back to 2005 from data used in 2000. So the question then would be would you agree that this formula should be updated to provide equity to all the states and that Congress should update the formula and use modern data sets that are not outdated by 20 years?
I agree that the older a formula gets, the more likely you are to see some of these outcomes that don't appear to correspond to the way that travel patterns or even just where people live has shifted through time. And I'd welcome an opportunity to work on how to make sure that this is something everybody can feel satisfied with, and to come up with approaches that wouldn't have to be revisited every year and have us reinvent the wheel.
I concur with you, and thank you for that, because the data is almost 20 years old, and if there's only 1 or 2 states doing it, we probably have an issue there. So I want to thank you for that. I know it's been a very long day for you, probably getting a little tired. So I'm going to take that other minute and just call it quits right now. And God bless you, and I look forward to working with you, sir. And you have an opportunity to do great things with this committee and for the American people. So if we remain focused and we can work together, I think you could be in history books for a very, very long time. So God bless you.
Well, likewise, and thanks very much.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Lamb? Oh, did he? Miss Newman?
I am here.
Ms. Newman, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, Secretary Buttigieg. It's great to have you here. And if I am the caboose, and it looks like I might be, I'm used to that. I'm the youngest of 4. So you get to get the lightning round with me. You don't even have to share long answers, because I think our teams are getting us together. So I'll ask more elaborate questions when we visit in person. So here's the lightning round. Are you ready?
Better than you are. Thank you.
So first, do you promise to go big and bold?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Do you promise to look at green workforce training as part of construction on infrastructure and new green projects overall?
It's a great concept. I think we need to make sure, look, this is our chance to break the old idea of climate versus jobs and demonstrate the job creation that is possible through good climate action.
Good. And you get extra points for extra words. High-speed rail. Do you commit to looking at smaller projects, not just the one side of the country to the other side, meaning within a metro area? Will you look at funding those projects?
Certainly, we've got a lot of different pieces that would come together here in order to get that national network we hope to have someday. And it's not just about the places maybe most associated with high-speed rail. I think that in the heartland, in the South, in many different parts of the country, there's a lot of opportunity here.
Okay, final round. So micro transportation deserts, meaning those areas where frontline workers and essential workers have a gap in service because there's a train line that ends and then it's 2 miles till they get to their bus. There are lots of innovative ride to connect apps out there right now that need funding. It would be a matter of funding or working with private organizations and public funding. Are you open to that?
This reminds me of an effort that we undertook in South Bend to try to help workers, often in lower wage roles, be able to get through that last mile. It's important to me that whatever we do in this regard is a supplement or a complement to the transit that is so important as a backbone in our communities. But I do think we should look at anything we can do to address those micro transit deserts, whether we're talking about the ability to have some kind of last mile supplement, or even just road designs that right now might entail, folks who'd have to walk a quarter of a mile or a half a mile between crosswalks to get across a roadway. So even just being able to safely navigate on foot, let alone having more motorized ways of getting around. All of this needs attention if we really want to mean it when we say we have equitable development and good transit for all.
Well, excellent. You have garnered a collection of 20 points today, so good on you. Thank you for being here today, and God bless.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mace, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And someone's doing yard work next door. It's not me, so hopefully you all can't hear it. I appreciate you being here today, Secretary Buttigieg. Appreciate your service to our country, and I'm very encouraged by the words I've heard today on members of both sides of the aisle, and by your words today about working together. And I hope that we can do that. That's one of the primary reasons that I asked to be on transportation and infrastructure, because I wanted to find a place, given how divisive things are right now and in our country, to be able to be nonpartisan and to work together. And I hope that we can do that. After looking briefly over the administration's Build Back Better plan, I want to take some time to ask you about two industries important to the folks that I represent in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District: aviation and waterways. As you mentioned earlier in your remarks, the seaports of the United States are one of the top economic drivers for our country. And nowhere else is it more evident than in Charleston, South Carolina, where we have the Charleston Port. And I represent the port, and it's 1 in 10 jobs for the state of South Carolina. Also, it's about $64 billion to our economy as well. The impacts of the pandemic, as like all industries across the country, have had tremendous detrimental impact. And as global trade came to a halt last year, we were reminded of how important our ports and these gateways are to trade, to global supply chains. So my first question to you is, how does the administration plan to account for the needs of U.S. ports in the plan to Build Back Better?
Well, thank you for raising the importance of ports, which are unquestionably a vital part of our infrastructure. And I've had the pleasure of running across that beautiful bridge that's in your background and going right up past the Port of Charleston. I know how important that is to the Low Country. But also ports are specific places in the U.S. that have consequences for us, even thousands or hundreds of miles inland, because they really benefit the entire economy. We need to make sure that our ports have the right level of technology in order to keep up with what's happening in industry. We need to make sure we're supporting the workers who are in these ports. And one of the things I viewed as very important in the rescue plan was making sure that we're supporting those workers who've been impacted by COVID. We need to make sure that as different kinds of automation or lower emissions technologies come, they're deployed in a way that's effective, but again, that also we're doing it in a way that's supportive of workers. And we need to recognize this is a national priority, whether you live close to a coast or not. Again, this is one of those very interagency areas that implicates a lot of parts of the federal government, not just the DOT, but we stand ready to do our part to support the maritime sector and ports and communities like yours.
Thank you. And will your office and the administration, I know we're going to sound like a broken record today, commit to working with the Port of Charleston, helping prioritize some of these investments in our infrastructure and our port here in Charleston, especially to be future-proof?
We'd welcome that opportunity. And again, these are the kinds of things I think we have an opportunity to make a step change in if we have the right level of ambition on the overall infrastructure package that we hope to move through.
Right. And I only have a minute and a half left. So I want to go to aviation, go from boats to airplanes real quick. Recently, the $1.9 trillion relief package to the aviation manufacturing jobs protection provision established a 50-50 cost share program between the industry and the federal government. And I know that Boeing is also in my district. We have the Dreamliner 787 being manufactured here. They have sizable presence, but they would be excluded from participation. And I believe they were going to pass on it regardless because they weren't going to intend to use federal relief grants. But the program is still of interest and to them and to me and to hundreds of workers and at the Boeing plant and elsewhere for those benefits. So do you have a timeline of when that program would be stood up in the future?
So this is one that falls within the DOT's responsibilities to prepare. As you know, the aviation industry support that was in the first two rounds of the payroll support program was in Treasury, although of course we've worked closely with them. But the aerospace manufacturing relief program that was funded in the rescue plan is set to be managed by the DOT. So we want to work as expeditiously as possible to implement that, and are doing everything we can to make sure that we meet all of the legal requirements and stand up the right capacity so that that can flow as quickly as possible, while balancing, of course, the need to be ironclad in our confidence that the taxpayer dollars are being protected and well spent.
Right. And I just want to thank you for your time. You've literally been with us, I think, almost all day today. And the beautiful Ravenel Bridge that you see behind me, you have an open invitation to Charleston. I'll run that bridge with you, or maybe we could bike over it one day. We would love to have you down here and visit and tour.
I'd love it. Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you, Congressmember Mace. Next up will be Congressmember Lamb.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for hanging in there with us all this time. It's good to see you again. I just want to hit a couple of points. I had told you around the time that you were coming on about an effort, a bipartisan effort, and a number of people have asked you about bipartisanship today. A bipartisan effort to basically send money to our state departments of transportation. And in my mind, the most important reason for this is that it solves one of the problems that confronts us with infrastructure, which is how do we get people out on the work site most quickly? You know, we've talked a lot about a lot of long range, especially climate focused issues today, which are really good, but they are going to take a while to build. You know, just by definition, we're building something new. Sending money to the state departments of transportation, for the most part, can have people on the road, you know, or the bridge the next day or the next month. In my own district, for example, in Western PA, we had about 6 projects canceled by PennDOT, our state DOT, simply because they didn't collect enough gas tax revenue last year. And that happened in a lot of states. And so these were projects that were already planned, engineered, designed, permitted, you know, the whole 9 yards, and they got pulled on the goal line. And so as we put together a bill surrounding this and line up more bipartisan sponsors, just wanted you to be aware of it and hope that you'll prioritize both short-term infrastructure projects that can help us solve the unemployment crisis and the underemployment crisis, particularly for construction workers and members of the trades, get them back out on profitable jobs right away. If you could prioritize that in addition to the things that we have talked about today, I would really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I recognize the bipartisan work that you've done on this, and certainly understand that state and local authorities often have a pipeline of projects that are ready to go and just need the support to execute. So I hear you on the need to make sure not only that we've got our 30-year, 50-year vision in line, but also that we're ready to go on the things that could be happening tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think it's an underappreciated aspect of this pandemic that Even people who didn't lose their jobs permanently lost a lot of work hours, and construction workers and people in the trades are a big example of that. Just on the private construction side, a lot of the financing has been frozen. There's been a lot of backups with construction materials. And so one role that your department can play is to try to soak up some of that labor force and keep folks getting paid and working in the next 1 year or 2 year, not just the long term. The other thing that's related to this, I wanted to emphasize and ask about is Buy American requirements. So, if things go according to plan, you'll be overseeing, hundreds of billions, maybe even trillions of dollars of spending and purchasing in the next few years. And we have a lot of Buy American laws on the books. Thankfully, on this committee, between Chairman DeFazio and members like Mr. Garamendi, we have an incredible amount of expertise about how to write those laws. But there always are loopholes and cracks, and there's been a lot of stories about foreign investors, particularly Chinese investors, taking advantage of those and having sort of shells and shields around themselves to evade Buy America requirements. So I know President Biden has placed some expertise within OMB to try to police this, but my question for you is whether you feel that you have adequate resources in your department to really enforce and investigate and police Buy American requirements in your day-to-day operations.
Well, thanks for asking. As you know, Buy America is very important to the president, to the administration, to our communities, and to me in this department. And we're committed to making sure that domestic content is maximized across all of our grants and loan programs. We're in the process right now, pursuant to the president's executive order, of reviewing everything we can do to maximize the intent of that initiative. And sometimes that means reviewing the waivers and things that are already on the books, identifying those loopholes that you talked about, and seeing what other resources it might take to do proper enforcement. So I'd welcome a chance to come back to Congress if we feel that we need more resources or some other capability or authority that we don't yet have. But can tell you we're working diligently within the framework set out by the EO and feel very confident that we'll be able to meet those goals.
Glad to hear that, and would be happy to have you come back to us and let us know if there's more ways we can help. I think we're at a very sensitive point, particularly when it comes to steel and metals, because it appears that China used the pandemic to continue overproducing while we were essentially underproducing because of closure orders and slowdown in the economy. And there's going to be a lot of dumping in the years ahead, and we will need to meet that with more force and willpower than we ever have before. So thank you for your commitment on that. Thank you for lasting today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Congressmember Van Dyne.
Thank you very much. And Secretary Buttigieg, Mayor, thank you for being with us today. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
As a former mayor myself, I hope your key understanding of the importance of empowering governors and mayors and congressional representatives and not Washington bureaucrats to address the needs of our communities will be reflected in your leadership and your approach to transportation policies. I'm looking forward to working with you to develop bipartisan solutions to our country's infrastructure needs. I just have a few questions for you today. I'm getting ready to go down to the border next week, and the crisis there is astounding in its scale as thousands of illegal immigrants enabled by drug cartels and human traffickers enter the country on a daily basis, and many of them unaccompanied minors untested for COVID-19. Mr. Secretary, recently the CEO of Greyhound Bus had asked Homeland Security to provide assurances that any detainees released by ICE have proof of a negative COVID-19 test, similar to the proof required for international airline passengers who arrive at U.S. ports of entry. What conversations is DOT having with Homeland Security on the border crisis? And how can law-abiding Americans be sure that the border crisis is not the next super spreader event causing more mass lockdowns and travel restrictions?
Well, of course, this is an area of concern from a public health as well as immigration perspective. I'll defer to the Department of Homeland Security in terms of the direct handling of the border, as well as, of course, CBP. But I can commit that the Department of Transportation will be working in concert with DHS to do anything and everything that we can in order to support them in meeting their mission and ensuring that there is safety as well as expeditious handling of the conditions at the border.
Do you know though, have you had any conversations to date with DOT on this?
With DHS, you mean? Specific to the communication from the bus company, I was not familiar with that, but I'll take that back and make sure that
Or just
we follow up.
Not just specific to the Greyhound bus request, but just about the border crisis in general. Are you having conversations with DHS?
I'm with DHS leadership in various interagency contexts from time to time, and they know that the DOT is ready to help in any way that we can.
Okay. North Texas, in my district specifically, are home to DFW Airport and American Airlines, and right next door is Love Field in Southwest. In fact, I think there's more aviation employees located in District 24 than any other district in the country. We've passed multiple relief bills out of Congress as a Band-Aid to stop the bleeding. But these stopgap measures will do little to stimulate the recovery of the industry. So how will you work with Congress to rebuild those jobs and make the industry stronger?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Congress for actions like the rescue plan, which led to air carriers being able to tell their employees that they could tear up those furlough notices. But we know that there's a long way to go for recovery in that sector and in the country as a whole. I think a lot of what we've got to do is making sure that the sector remains at the cutting edge, whether we're talking about the implementation of next-gen technology, whether we're talking about being ahead of the curve in terms of efficiencies and sustainability, or whether it's the work that we do in international fora, where it's very important to stand up for the American air sector as we're in those conversations with global partners. I think across the board, we've got to make sure that we are preparing for a future in which America remains the unquestioned global leader in aviation. That starts with safety. It's one of the reasons why so much is at stake in ensuring that the FAA can meet its fundamental mission of seeing to it that American air travel is the safest in the world. I think all the other economic gains that we hope to pursue, they begin and end with that one.
Okay. Troy Nels, my counterpart in Texas, another freshman, had asked you about the donor states. I want to push a little bit farther on that because I think there was a point in there that he may have missed. You know, Texas contributes about $212 million more to the trust fund than the state received. North Texas, and this is my point, North Texas is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, with many people moving from highly taxed and highly regulated states such as California and New York. So we consistently hear policy proposals for transportation spending to these states to solve their problem, but while ignoring the growth of regions such as North Texas. So can you commit to ensure the equitable flow of grant dollars and programs to these highly growth areas?
Certainly, the equitable distribution of grant dollars is very important to me and to this department, and we need to make sure that we're taking account of the fact that an area like North Texas or any other in the country may not look like it did when some of these formulas got locked in, and I do want to work on that together with you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Congressmember Moulton.
Mr. Secretary, good to see you and congratulations. I was heartened by your opening remarks and the alignment with the chairman. Chairman DeFazio mentioned the Virginia Department of Transportation Secretary, who explained to us how revolutionary it was for her department to approach a transportation problem with an open slate, a free market of options. Now, it turned out that the return on investment was much higher and the overall cost much lower, half as much, for a rail solution to her highway congestion problem. And maybe this is why nearly every other developed country in the world is building high-speed rail, but not America. Now, you and I have discussed my American high-speed rail bill, which fundamentally just puts high-speed rail on the table as a proven alternative, legitimately for the first time in America, and then says, let us use basic business and economic principles to determine whether trains, planes, or automobiles make sense in the corridor in question. It gives Americans more options, states more freedom. And oh, by the way, high-speed rail is better for the environment, better for downtowns, better for equity, and a much, much nicer way to travel, which is why business travelers in the free market the world over consistently choose it over flying or driving when they have the option. So Mr. Secretary, states alone have spent $500 billion on highway projects in urban areas between 1993 and 2017. Has highway congestion increased or decreased over that time?
Well, certainly we've continued to see mounting problems with highway congestion.
It's gone up by about 144%, which of course is way faster than population growth. Now, some people say that high-speed rail won't work in America, but Atlanta to Chicago is the same distance as Beijing to Shanghai, a route now dominated by 217-mile-per-hour rail service built in just the last 10 years. Do you think high-speed rail would be helpful to decrease regional disparity between Atlanta and Chicago in places like
Absolutely.
Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville, Chattanooga, and their intermediate communities?
Absolutely. And I want to thank you for pointing out that it's in the American heartland, as well as coastal states, that high-speed rail could make a tremendous difference.
Yeah, no, the same can be said for cities like South Bend, between Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis. The Chinese high-speed rail system has decreased regional disparity by about 25.7%, over 25%. We know that that's a huge problem in America. Now, even President Trump decried the fact that China has the world's fastest trains, and they export that technology all over the world. People want to buy them. But his administration didn't do anything to fix that. If the Biden administration reverses that trend so that America once again leads the world, then this will absolutely not be putting China first, as one of my colleagues claimed.
Agreed. And if we want to see the strongest possible U.S. industry manufacturing this kind of equipment, then of course we would need to be purchasing it and investing in it to begin with.
Absolutely. And we need to have that option on the table. So thank you for your vision, for your leadership. We look forward to working with you. As you said, we have a generational opportunity to invest in infrastructure, and we cannot squander it by investing in the last generation's infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next up is Congressmember Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, that coming out testifying. You recently mentioned that you want more taxpayer funds for high-speed rail projects. The acting administration at the Department of Transportation Railroad Administration has echoed the same request. In 2009, President Obama spent $10 billion for high-speed rail projects, including $3.5 billion for California's high-speed rail. And more than 10 years later, we are here with nothing to show for this, but a huge waste of taxpayers' money. I don't think taxpayers should have to take another failed ride. Unsurprisingly, we saw major setbacks across the United States as states try to build new high-speed rail. This doesn't mean that I am against it, because I was raised in Japan and I said it really works. But we saw the cost skyrocket, and three of most significant rail projects in Ohio, Florida, and Wisconsin were canceled. For the California high-speed rail project alone, cost estimates have skyrocketed from the $33 billion originally proposed to upward of $100 billion, and delays have gotten longer and longer with no end in sight.
All right. Congressmember Steele, I think we lost your audio.
This truly is a train to nowhere.
Yes, we can hear you now. Please ask the question again.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Since the Department of terminated its 2010 agreement with the state for high-speed rail and stopped $929 million in taxpayer dollars from going to the project, the Department of Transportation said it made the decision because of the California High-Speed Rail Authority repeated failure to submit critical required deliverables and its failure to make sufficient progress to complete this project. So I'm very much concerned that your department has now moved to settle a lawsuit over these actions when California continues to state the same ongoing failure to manage the project to get spending in line. Just last month, it was reported that there's another delay and $800 million cost increase. So Secretary Buttigieg, after more than a decade of failure and billions of taxpayer dollars thrown down this high-speed money pit, how could you assure America's hardworking taxpayers they've been struggling so much, especially during the pandemic, continue to funding wouldn't be wasted?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's an opportunity to express my conviction that the American people deserve excellent high-speed rail. We clearly have not had the kind of resources or the commitment that other countries have, and somebody has had to go first. And in many regards, California has stepped forward to take the lead to advance high-speed rail. Of course, the first projects are those we can expect to be the hardest while we build up both a network and an industry here in the U.S. I am glad that you mentioned the steps that were taken in 2009, the first time there was a really robust offering of high-speed rail funding in the Recovery Act, only to note that when that happened, with $10 billion in funds made available, 39 states requested nearly $75 billion in funding, demonstrating, in my view, the strong appetite and desire for this among the American people. We've obviously been challenged as a country when it comes to high-speed rail, but I do not believe that the American economy or the American people or American technology are inferior. And since we are not an inferior country, we should not settle for inferior capabilities when it comes to high-speed rail for every American. If other countries can do it, in my view, so can we.
Well, I totally agree with you regarding that yes, we need it, but for especially California, that originally the bills were $33 billion for the cost. Now it's over $100 billion and it didn't even start yet. So where this cost is gonna come up, who's gonna pay for this? Especially the failed high-speed rail, it's not even going to be even the high-speed rail. And they cut down that, few miles. So it's going from nowhere to nowhere. So how we can waste more money on this failed high-speed rail in California and where that money is going to come from?
Well, again, I cannot accept the proposition that America is not capable of succeeding on this or any other project. Clearly, we have to make sure there are rigorous controls to support the efficient use of taxpayer dollars. And we've got to make sure that going forward, we've got the kinds of support and the kind of alignment that is needed for project delivery that we know is going to be complex given the relationship between local, state, and federal authorities. But I also believe that we're up to this. I believe that America cannot but have a high degree of ambition and aspiration when it comes to rail, whether we're talking about California or any other part of this country.
Thank you
So
very
you
much.
decided California as a high-speed rail.
Thank you very much, Congressmember Steele. Your time is up. We're now going to move on to Congressmember Auchincloss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate you being with us for this long hearing. When you get to the freshmen, though, you're getting close to the end, so you'll get a break soon enough. When we last spoke, Mr. Secretary, we had talked about the Future of Transportation Caucus principles of equity, access, and sustainability, the pillars for me in how we evaluate transportation infrastructure. And as a former mayor, you were really a trailblazer on complete streets. And I want to ask you about how you see DOT investing in complete streets to expand access to jobs and services, to improve sustainability, and to create more equitable cities and towns for our constituents.
Well, thank you. The idea of complete streets, as you know, is to make sure that our streets and roads in our communities are set up to accommodate all kinds of travel. Yes, cars, but not only cars, that they are safe for pedestrians, accessible for bicycles and wheelchairs, and that they're part of an integrated plan for that neighborhood or that community. We took those steps in South Bend by converting a part of our downtown that had really been empty or far too quiet for far too long, and found that we were able to reinvigorate it by making that transformation of what had been one-way highways going right through the heart of our community into a more complete streets approach. So I want to make sure that those kinds of gains are available to communities across the country. And it means making sure we align our federal dollars to support communities that want to take this kind of approach. I think too often we've been beholden to measures that assume that the only thing that a road is good for is blasting through vehicle traffic as quickly as possible. Now, efficiency for vehicle traffic is always going to be, of course, an important part of what roads are there to do. But roads have to be, and streets, especially in the hearts of our cities, have to be places where vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles, and businesses can coexist peacefully and safely. And that's the underlying philosophy that will be integrated into the way we approach our funding.
Mr. Secretary, towards this end of investing in complete streets that thicken the labor market by expanding the number of jobs and services within a commuter shed, I'd like to make two requests of you and to hear your thoughts on them. The first is to issue a definition of what shared mobility operators are in your notice of funding opportunities from DOT. I think this would create clarity for micromobility vendors as well as for car share and on-demand transit services. And number two, to direct the FHWA and the FTA to issue clarifying guidance on the ability of recipients of highway and transit funding to use those federal funds for shared mobility operators.
Well, thank you. I'll take both of those ideas back. As you know, there's been such swift and complex development in terms of all of these different micromobility and shared mobility companies and platforms. And we need to make sure that we're keeping up with that on a policy level and creating as much predictability as we can. So I welcome those ideas and we'll explore those going forward.
I appreciate it, Mr. Secretary. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stanton, I've been told I got the gavel back, so not to confuse you. Sorry about that.
You're in the lead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, next we go to Representative Kahele.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and aloha, Mr. Secretary from Hawaii. It's great to see you today, and I also appreciate your time and effort today to appear before this committee. I know it's been going on 5 hours. When I started this hearing, it was dark outside here in Hawaii, and seniority has its privileges, but I do appreciate your time. Mr. Secretary, I have a two-part question centered around the administration's Build Back Better national strategic plan, specifically as that relates to our airline and maritime industry, so that we can continue to ensure that we protect and invest in the middle class and create good paying jobs. So my first question is, President Biden has expressed his strong support for the Jones Act. And as Chinese companies with state support become increasingly dominant in the shipping, shipbuilding industry, and maritime supply chain, as Secretary, will you continue to support the Jones Act and support a major investment in the U.S. shipbuilding industry to support good paying union jobs, ensure the national security of the nation, and protect the stability of the U.S. shipbuilding industry?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak about the importance of supporting U.S. shipbuilding industry and our maritime industry writ large. I strongly support the Jones Act, as you mentioned. That's the president's view as well, because it makes sure that cargoes moved between U.S. ports travel on vessels that are built, owned, and crewed by Americans. The Jones Act also ensures that we don't lose our domestic shipbuilding capability, so that we're not in the situation, as you pointed out, where Chinese flag vessels could wind up being the only place we could turn to carry our domestic commerce on the Mississippi River or between Florida and New York. That obviously would have national security implications that are not acceptable. If we lose our national maritime industry, it might not return, and the consequences would be devastating. So I'm going to continue to ensure that the U.S. Maritime Administration and DOT are doing our part, of course, recognizing that there are many U.S. agencies that are involved in the Jones Act, and we'll be doing everything we can to support that industry, as well as our merchant marine.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's great to hear. One last question. So the chair, in his opening remarks, which I'm grateful for, ended with the U.S. airline industry, specifically our open skies agreements with one of the most egregious bad actors, Norwegian Air, who since 2016, when permitted to operate in the United States, has just as predicted undercut tax, labor, and safety regulations by operating and choosing to operate out of Ireland. Ms. Secretary, you will have oversight of our open skies agreements. And while these bilateral agreements have largely been successful, resulting in increased travel, I have grave concerns about their enforcement. And I'm particularly concerned regarding potential labor arbitrage from the flag of convenience airlines. So as you begin to work through the many issues we face, especially as a result to the airline industry, Ms. Secretary, will you work together with me to ensure that we enforce those agreements and that any agreements include labor clauses that we adhere to that are made in those agreements for foreign air carriers?
I'd welcome the chance to work with you on this. We need to make sure that these agreements do not put the U.S. sector at any kind of disadvantage. And I can tell you within the existing framework that we'll adjudicate any application based on fidelity to those agreements, but also recognize with you that there may be scope to work with Congress on further steps.
Awesome. Mahalo, Mr. Secretary, and mahalo, Mr. Chair, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kahele. Next, we will move to Representative Strickland, another mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Secretary Buttigieg. And
same here.
We're very glad that you're here. As a former mayor and a former board member of a transit agency, I know how critical it is that transit systems can survive the pandemic, but also expand service. And this is a conversation about equity as well. So I'm gonna ask you two questions, one about TOD and then another one about one of my favorite topics, high-speed rail. So as we look to infrastructure, transit expansion with a focus on housing feasibility, because for so long we have not linked housing with expansion of transportation. We know it's good for an economic recovery and also employing thousands of union workers. So for example, in my hometown of Tacoma, when we expand light rail, it will affect 57% of the population that is minority and 22% low income. But because of the pandemic and economic factors, there's a potential for project delay. Last Congress, this committee included, the House passed a provision to increase funding of total project costs to eligible capital investment grant or CIG projects. So can you tell us, Mr. Secretary, how the Department of Transportation will work to support similar programs and streamline the CIG program to prevent unnecessary delays while also working with your HUD counterpart, another mayor, Secretary Fudge, on TOD?
Well, thank you for representing the Mayor's Club here and for a really important question. You know, I think mayors are compelled to consider all of the integration between different policy areas, and the structure of the federal government doesn't always reflect that. As mayor, you don't get to think about transit one week and housing the next. They're all on your plate all at the same time and all side by side. And I think increasingly we can break across those silos federally to do so. Matter of fact, I reached out to Secretary Fudge right away when she was confirmed, and we've already had great conversations about this. There's no road without a context. It goes from somewhere to somewhere. And the same is true for every transit route. And we need to make sure that we're synchronizing what we're doing around housing and community development with what we seek to do around transit and transportation. As you mentioned, one of the powerful tools we have for that is that capital investment grant program. And there have been steps from the prior administration that changed how some of the relevant calculations were conducted in a way that that created more obstacles. And we're taking a look at that and what we can do to make sure that this resource really is there in all the ways it should be for our communities. So you have my commitment that we'll not only make sure this tool is as effective as possible, but that we'll continue to integrate not only at my level with my counterparts in the cabinet, but inviting my staff to do the same thing. Because we have, as every mayor does, we have to be integrating these considerations to have truly functional neighborhoods and transit systems in the future.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. And then a very quick question about high-speed rail. We're talking about high-speed rail projects in different parts of the country. We're talking about Texas. We talked about the Northeast. We've even talked about California. And I want to make sure that you're aware that in the Pacific Northwest, there is the Cascadia Innovation Corridor, and we're considering what we're calling ultra high-speed rail. But with that, we know that sometimes there are cities that are smaller that are left out of the transit hubs when we talk about high-speed rail. So are you able to talk about any sort of a commitment you're willing to make that when we talk about high-speed rail investments, that we're doing it equitably, geographic equity, and also, of course, the equity that we talk about having an inclusive workforce?
Thank you. Yes, on the first front, we need to make sure that no community is left out of these incredible capabilities. And that's got to be a very important part of system design and policy design, so that not just those communities that have the direct stops, but those around them are positioned to benefit. And that's part of what it means to have an integrated network so people can get to where they need to be. On the latter point, I think that's no less important, making sure economically that the people who have been excluded and, let's face it, sometimes directly made worse off by past infrastructure investments are being included and are benefiting, whether it's as workers on these projects, as owners of businesses doing business with federal government or federally funded state and local projects, and of course as community residents benefiting from these investments. We haven't always got it right as the country, but this is our chance to do it right this time.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for your vision, and I'm thrilled to have a mayor at the helm of transportation. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to Representative Williams.
Hello, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Buttigieg, for holding on till you get to the last person of the day, I think. I want to go back to, you were mentioning some disparities that were done in the past in transportation infrastructure. And so I want to touch on that and discuss urban renewal projects. As you know, the creation of the Federal Aid Highway Act in 1956 led to the segregation and displacement of people of color when highways were built right in the middle of Black and brown communities. These highway projects led to the demolition of homes, schools, churches, and more. And Atlanta is a prime example of this occurring with the building of Interstate 7585 and I-20 through central Atlanta, which was predominantly Black in the 1950s and 60s. So my question is, how do you suggest, building upon the conversation you were just having with Representative Strickland, how do you suggest that the federal government address and correct the inequities caused by the act and the highway projects that followed?
Well, thanks for such an important question that really bears on why equity needs to be one of the pillars of our approach to infrastructure going forward. As you pointed out, Atlanta is one of many places that demonstrate how these kinds of investments of highways went through, divided, sometimes devoured or destroyed Black neighborhoods and neighborhoods of other minoritized groups, sometimes by neglect, but frankly, we must admit, sometimes on purpose as well. And we must take account of that active harm that was caused by federal taxpayer dollars in deciding where future taxpayer dollars are going to go. This could be done in any number of ways. As you've seen, we've already made sure that things like racial equity are included in discretionary grants like the infra grant notice that just went out. But really, we have an opportunity to do it in the biggest way by making it a direct consideration in funding for infrastructure for the future. Of course, part of the answer also lies in a positive example from Atlanta, which is the way that under Mayor Maynard Jackson, the construction of the airport there became one of the engines for the development of a Black middle class in Atlanta through ensuring that minority workers and contractors were able to see the economic benefit from those public dollars being spent. And that's one of the reasons why I feel a lot of urgency to make sure that we are strengthening the capabilities of our DBE programs here at the department and across the administration, so that whatever flows of funding Congress may choose to send our way are going out equitably too.
Thank you. And I would love to talk more later on how Congress and the administration can work together to revitalize these urban centers. But I also want to talk about infrastructure reuse projects across the country that are leading the way to bring underserved communities together and increasing access to clean and healthier environments for residents and providing access to public spaces. In my district, the Atlanta Beltline is repurposing abandoned railroad lines to create a 22-mile multi-use trail network where people can live, work, and play and learn without having to get into a physical car. How can we ensure that infrastructure reuse projects are included in our federal grants process?
Well, it's a great question. And I think what we need to do is recognize that good infrastructure policy isn't just about adding things where we need them. It's also about reimagining what we've already got. And when we have a piece of infrastructure that's been degraded or neglected, like the rails that you're talking about, that can go through a rail to trail conversion and change from a liability to an asset, we should be doing everything we can to support that because there's a real return on that investment. Often these initiatives are locally led. It's tough for us sitting in this building in Washington to be able to decide or dictate where those greatest benefits are. But we should be empowering local communities with resources that do come from the federal government, and would love to work with you on ways to make sure that that happens.
Thank you so much. And I will yield back the balance of my time as Carter has just came in and interrupted my train of thought.
Thank you very much. Is Representative Pappas online?
I am here.
There
Mr.
you are.
Chair.
We'll go to you next, Representative Pappas.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. It's great to be with you. And I think as you can see from this hearing today, conversation around infrastructure is a marathon and not a sprint. And we appreciate your endurance here. It's going to take some more to get things over the finish line, but we appreciate your commitment and really appreciate the exchange of ideas here. Now, I know a lot of folks have been highlighting local issues. One I want to bring up to your attention is a critical project in my district. You may be familiar with it based on your time here in New Hampshire. It's the Capital Corridor Rail Project, which would extend commuter rail from Massachusetts to Nashua and Manchester, New Hampshire. And when you talk to our business community about where they're building new headquarters or looking to expand, when you talk to workers who are looking to put down roots and start their careers, one of the top things that they're all looking for is access to public transportation and particularly rail access. So I think that it's critically important that we look to support projects like this. Our state DOT is right now working on preliminary design and financial planning for the project. They would seek to access New Start funding, which can be a challenging process, certainly for states to navigate. One of the concerns that I have around this particular program is just the unknowns around commuting patterns after COVID-19, whether or not that could add a wrinkle to projects being able to move forward under New Start. I certainly don't want to see any temporary changes in patterns that are caused by COVID-19 to slow down or stop a project that's going to be so crucial to the long-term economic vitality of a region like the one that I'm from. So I'm just wondering if the administration has considered whether any changes to New Starts would be appropriate or needed to ensure that worthwhile projects like this one in particular isn't going to be halted because of any uncertainties that have arisen around COVID.
Yeah, we certainly want to make sure that there isn't disruption to worthy projects, and especially those that are so far along in the design and vision process. So we're going to make sure through the relevant agencies, FTA in this case, that there's a close pattern of working with applicants to see how those impacts might have arisen due to COVID, and do everything we can to keep good projects on track.
Well, terrific. And one other thing I wanted to highlight, and I hear it a lot from my cities and towns and communities that either are looking to create local or regional networks of bike and pedestrian infrastructure, is just the lack of a dedicated funding program that can support not just doing a sidewalk or doing a rail trail, but to really build out some really significant networks that could help drive a local economy, increase tourism, promote recreation, and get some cars off the roads. I think you're probably aware that half of American trips that people make in their daily life are within a 20-minute bicycle ride, and nearly a quarter of all trips that people make are within a 20-minute walk. So by dedicating some additional funding to active transportation, I think we can really help create communities with amenities that are walkable and bikeable, that have connectivity to one another. And I'm hoping that you would take a look at our Connecting America's Active Transportation Systems. It's a $500 million dedicated program that Congressman Huffman and I are hoping to reintroduce in this Congress and hoping to incorporate in an infrastructure package. And just wondering in the remaining time we have, if you have any thoughts around active transportation and its role in an overall infrastructure package.
Well, thank you for your vision and initiative on this, because this is absolutely part of what it means to improve transportation in the 21st century. The importance of active transportation was, I think, poorly understood in the 1950s, when the last time we really had an opportunity to think this big around infrastructure. But this time around, we know a lot of things that were less well understood then. That vehicle transportation has a role, but that there are congestion mitigation benefits, health benefits, environmental benefits, and community benefits to active transportation. That under the right conditions, it can be done in all kinds of climate, as people of New Hampshire have demonstrated, and as countries around the world in very northern climates have been able to demonstrate with actions that have moved them, frankly, further ahead than where the U.S. is right now. So this absolutely has to be part of a meaningful vision for the future of surface transportation, and would welcome ways to incorporate that in forthcoming legislation.
Well, thank you for your thoughts. You truly have earned your gold star today. And so all the best to you for a successful term. And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. And this pretty much concludes our hearing today. I want to thank Secretary Buttigieg for being with us today. It was a long day, but your comments have been very informative and helpful. And we look forward to working with you to transform our infrastructure system. Especially and personally, I'm looking forward to your visiting my district, California's 24th, and the Central Coast in California. I ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. I also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered, the committee stands adjourned.